I want to welcome everybody to this demonstration. NAZIYAH Harris. If Jarvis didn't do it, then why didn't he tell who did do it? Salute to my moderators. Salute to the chat. Salute to my replay gang. Now, this is something that has been troubling me. All right. Now, some of y'all have always stayed down as far as pointing the finger at Jarvis and only Jarvis. Myself and others, we chop it up about strong possibility that Shannon, maybe Miss Annette, but this demonstration is for those that still believe that Miss Annette and Shannon may have knew, but Jarvis is the one that did it. Let me read this copyright disclaimer, and then we're going to get into it. I will get down there to the chat. I see you, Shelly, Tammy, Big Mama, everybody else, Lady Leo. I see everybody in the chat, Curl. Disclaimer, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. What that means is that everything that you hear in this demonstration is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Let's start off with this. Drop a one if you feel like it was Jarvis that unalived NAZIYAH Harris. Let me see where my one's at. Drop a one if you feel like it was Jarvis that unalived NAZIYAH. Many of you, and I'm gonna say what most of y'all say, okay? Sage dropped the one. Kim dropped the one. I see you, Kim. Capricorn dropped the two. Tony J dropped the two. I see some twos down there because I see you, Kippy, Jacqueline. I see some twos. Bridget. Now, let's look at it like this. Let's look at the evidence that we have in front of us. All right? Let's look at that evidence that we have in front of us. According to the judge in this case, the judge said the evidence is that Jarvis performed a back alley mechanic abortion. And that back alley mechanic abortion went wrong. This is the judge. The prosecutor, Kim Worthy, said all the evidence links to Jarvis. All right? As of today that we know of, Jarvis is the only one that they have facing charges for the unaliving of NAZIYAH Harris, right? Evidence that we have, Jarvis was the last one seen with NAZIYAH that evening, correct? Evidence shows Jarvis was last one seen with NAZIYAH, all right? Let's just base everything off of the evidence that we have. Let's base everything off the evidence. Evidence shows Jarvis was the last one seen with NAZIYAH, right? T-Lady says the only one they charge still baffles me, okay? All right. And I'll come back to the chat. Okay, so you got Kim Worthy with the evidence that's linking to Jarvis. You got the judge, right? Jarvis from the evidence, Jarvis was the last one seen with her. Um, you had King testified that NAZIYAH was with Jarvis. You had Jarvis's sister that testified that NAZIYAH was there. You had King's um, son, aunt testify, right? Capricorn says evidence also shows his phone was pinging in a different area at 7:22 p.m. Okay, so now we have text messages. We have text messages, and according to I believe the lead investigator or the detectives, those messages came from Jarvis. Text message was from Jarvis and NAZIYAH, even though nowhere in the text messages did Jarvis indicate that he wanted to take NAZIYAH's life. The text messages, if it's nothing else, that those text messages prove, the text messages prove that Jarvis was inappropriately touching NAZIYAH Harris. Now, at first, I felt like the reason why Jarvis wasn't saying anything, the reason why Jarvis was going to take the rap for this was because he didn't want Shannon to get jammed up because Shannon is the mother of his children. That's was my reason. I was like, Jarvis is covering for Shannon because Jarvis just don't want Shannon to get jammed up because of them children. But then I was like, no, 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 because as much as I love my children, if my children's mother was in a similar situation, I ain't taking no unaliving charge. I might take a petty theft charge for her. I might even take a pow charge for my children's mother, for them to be with, you know what I mean? I ain't taking no red rum. Appreciate those gifted memberships, Unavailable. And if any of you all received a gifted membership from Unavailable, please thank Unavailable for your gifted membership. All right. Donna says Shannon could have been at the motel waiting for him to show up with NAZIYAH. And that's true. That's true. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Jarvis was there. Now, in the court of law, even if you're not the one that took a person's life, right? If you're there, you're just as guilty as that person because you're there, you witnessed it, and you didn't turn that person in. Appreciate you for pulling up with us, Mandy. Once again, shout out to Toot and Miss Parker. Can I get everybody to give Mandy a warm welcome? Appreciate you for rocking out with us. I see you, Miss Parker. I see the chat. And this will be an open panel. I'll drop the link. Lady Leo says, I just don't believe he was alone. Now, they got evidence on Jarvis. Right? Could it be? Could it be? And I believe all of the content creators that I've listened to, I believe all of the content creators, as well as myself, we all in agreement with believing that Shannon did it or played a part in it. Maybe Shank Rock and the rest of the content creators that feel that way, maybe it's something that we missing. Maybe Jarvis is the one that took her life. I mean, like I said before, I take a petty charge for my baby mother. I take, stealing out a store, theft under, $200, shit like that. I mean, I might even take a pow charge. You know what I'm talking about? I ain't taking no red rum. Let me welcome my guest. Salute, Faith. How you feeling? How you feeling, Faith? I'll give my special guest a little time to come in. I think that Jarvis was with NAZIYAH and was last seen with her. However, Shannon, the sister, and the mother was somewhere with Jarvis, with them that night. Jarvis loved her and he doesn't have a violent background. And you know what? That's true. But there are a lot of folks, that have red rum someone that didn't have a violent background. I mean, he does have pow pow weapon charges on his record. And so just because a person may have certain things on their record, that don't mean that later on in life they won't commit another crime. I could use me for an example. I got petty crimes on my record. I got violent offenses on my record. So is that to say if I committed a violent act, is that to say, well, Shank didn't have, well, he had a couple violent offenses on his record, but I still don't think he did it. And this is where, like I said, this is where things can get very, very tricky. And I've seen this, I've seen it, and I've seen it play out in court. And I've been around individuals who didn't have a violent record, didn't come from a violent background, but had bodies under their belt. And I ain't talking about one or two bodies. I'm talking about 5, 6, 7 bodies. And you be looking at them and you be like, you? And so that's how we're looking at it. We're looking at Jarvis like, Jarvis, not him. He don't, all the things that you all are thinking, I thought about it. Jarvis loved her, even though he was inappropriately touching her, and he shouldn't have been, but he loved her. He was protecting her. I looked at all of that. But as I said before, as I backtrack things, I said, Shank, maybe you are wrong. Many of you all always come and tell me, Shank, it wasn't Shannon. It wasn't Miss Annette. They turned the blind's eye, but Shank, you're wrong. And one thing about me, I listen to people when they tell me I'm wrong. I listen. Kelly says you can't put nothing past a person who lusts after children. They will do whatever to satisfy their craving and do anything to keep their secret safe. And that's an excellent point. It could have been, we don't know, maybe NAZIYAH. See, there are pieces to the puzzle that is missing, right? We don't know if NAZIYAH wanted to keep the baby. NAZIYAH could have been like, no, I'm keeping my baby. Jarvis could have been like, no, get, an abortion. It could have been an argument right there. Big Mama says it's 3 to 4 more DNA samples found on her clothing. Who does it belong to? Good point. We're going to accept that. If he did it and we can find this baby, no good DNA, he had help or he has done this before. Facts. Jarvis also has had allegations of impregnating other youths. Why unalive her? Why unalive her? She would have aborted for him, most likely in an accident. Good point. I'm going to accept that. I say Shannon and use his past and set him up. Once Shannon realized NAZIYAH was possibly pregnant, Shannon was snooping around in the tablet and phone, and Shannon's plans went in motion. And this is what I'm going to say. And I'm going to just say what somebody has said to me. If Shannon did it, right? If Shannon did it, why isn't Shannon locked up? Candy says, what if we all are wrong? What if it was neither one of them? Maybe it could have been Miss Annette. I don't know. It's a good point, Candy. That's a good point. You know, I'll entertain, you know, the thought of it being Miss Annette. Could have been. It could have been Miss Annette. But why isn't Shannon arrested? If Jarvis didn't do it, do y'all think he knows who did it? Now, I read a comment. And it was an interesting comment, right? And the comment said that Jarvis, because of the situation at Miss Annette's house, right? Jarvis, on that day, Jarvis was taking NAZIYAH to be with NAZIYAH's mother, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember. But I believe a few days or either a day before she was reported missing, NAZIYAH was with her mother, lady. So now if NAZIYAH was with her mother a day before she went missing, could it have been that Jarvis took NAZIYAH to her mother? Remember what the evangelist said. The evangelist said NAZIYAH is still alive, right? The evangelist said NAZIYAH is still alive. NAZIYAH is smart. NAZIYAH outsmarted her ops. Now, some people will say, Shank, she 12 years old, she 13 years old, she ain't had no money to pull this off. Shank, she 12 years old, she 13 years old, she ain't street smarts. But if you have somebody such as her mother, such as Jarvis, that is street smarts, that do have money, who's to say? Then we got to entertain the thought of her mother, lady. Could it have been that her mother, lady, owed some drug dealers? I've heard this, and I'm sure you all heard this. Could it have been that NAZIYAH's mother owed some drug dealers some money, and in return, NAZIYAH's mother paid off her debt to those drug dealers? See, for me, Jarvis, he too quiet. He's too quiet. And I can't speak for everybody. Like I said, I can speak for me. I ain't taking no red rum. I can't do it. Especially in this case. I can't take your charge. Shank, I think that they all had something to lose. House of Horrors is guilty. Did the evangelist testify during the preliminary? No, the evangelist never took the stand. However, the state of Michigan has over 40 witnesses, 40 or more witnesses that will be testifying. The evangelist could be one of them. Don't know. Didn't Annette say NAZIYAH had no contact with her biological mother? Annette lied. Annette lied. Is he quiet? Well, the evangelist, he hasn't been posting nothing. Salute, Lisa. Appreciate you for pulling up. That's fact, Shank. I don't understand him being so quiet. Jarvis ain't quiet. He in there talking. Just wait till trial. And I get that. But let's backtrack to what we know. At his preliminary, he was quiet as a field mouse. At the conference, he's quiet. So I'm not talking about behind the scenes. When we say he's quiet, we are talking about at the conference hearings and the preliminary. He's quiet. He's quiet. He could have been came up off of information. And then remember when the detectives brought him in and they were interrogating him. He lied. Well, I ain't going to say he lied, but he did tell the detectives, check my phone. When they questioned him about it, check my phone. Everything that you want to know is in my phone. And they had already checked the Google search and everything, and they knew all the things that he was searching for. He deleted all of the messages. So there is, in my opinion, there is a lot. There's a lot that's pointed towards Jarvis as being the one that read rum to. There really are a lot of missing pieces to this puzzle. I want to know who is going to talk first. I see you, PJ. I see you, Thankful. Carmela says, what people fail to realize, some of these young girls are very smart. And by her being doing grown folks things, she grew up fast. And no doubt she was street smart. The grandmother put them on game. And you got to remember, her brother Vari was known to run away. Now, she could have been getting game from her brother Vari. And this is a known fact. Girls mature faster than boys. So she could have took all the lessons that her brother Vari gave her when it came to running away and getting low. Because remember, Miss Annette did, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, Miss Annette did report it, I believe, to the school police as a runaway or even DPD. But Miss Annette did report that she ran away, right? Now, maybe she did run away. Maybe that's why Miss Annette said to Shannon, we'll wait till tomorrow. Maybe Miss Annette was trying to give NAZIYAH some time to come back because maybe she thought that it was just a simple runaway. Strong possibility. And I do, and see, this is what this demonstration is about. I want this demonstration to be about what we know. Because this is what many of us feel. Many of us believe that Miss Annette said that to throw them off, but we don't know. Now, that could be true, Tammy. I just want everybody to know. Miss Annette could have said that to throw them off. But what if she didn't? Or she did that to throw people off. But what if she didn't? What if she didn't? and that knew she was with Jarvis, she full of wit too. What if she didn't say it to throw people off? I see you, Kimberly. It's not in the best interest of this unsolved case to say she might have ran away. See, please, y'all, please, y'all, please, y'all, okay? Please check the temperature. And when I say check the temperature, please listen to what I'm saying, okay? Right now, with this demonstration, we're going off of what was said. We're going off of what has been presented to us, okay? Now, we chopped this case up in 50 million different directions. We did. But in this demonstration, I want us to focus in on what's there. Let's just try to focus in on what's there. And I'll tell you why. I could be wrong with everything that I chopped up. I could be wrong. You all could be wrong about everything that we chopped up. Like I said, if you talk to all of the content creators and all of the subscribers, 9 out of 10 of us are going to say Shannon did it. But what if we wrong? What if Jarvis is the one that did it? So that's where I'm at with it. I'm there. So please, because if you going in another direction, it's hard for me to come to the comment section and then I won't take nobody's comments unless y'all put it in the super chat. I only want to focus in on what is put in front of us. That's it. I don't want to go off of how we feel because we could be wrong. I'm just keeping it 100 with y'all. We could be wrong. Jarvis could be the one that red rum NAZIYAH. He could have. Miss Annette, she could have waited to report it because it was a runaway. It could have been that. This is what I'm trying to say. There are a lot of pieces to this puzzle that is missing. And because these pieces of the puzzle that's missing, we don't know. NAZIYAH could have ran away. It could have started off as her running away. Let's just say, okay, we're going by what we know. Okay, it was reported from, I believe, Shannon, NAZIYAH didn't come home. So maybe NAZIYAH, because remember that morning at school, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, NAZIYAH did text Jarvis. Yes or no? She did text Jarvis that morning. And I do believe that she texted Jarvis about him getting her. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Kenya says yes. Candy says exactly. Nail City says she did. Right. So this is what I'm trying to focus in on. And I'm going to tell y'all why. PJ says exactly. And Say says correct. And I'm going to tell y'all why. Because I've been on this case for some months. And I've went over here. I went over there. Right? But now it's where it's though, okay, Shank, focus in on the facts, focus in on what the judge said, the prosecutor said, Shannon said, Miss Annette said, focus in on that. Because Shank, this is me, I ain't speaking about nobody else. Shank, you might be far gone. So backtrack and come back to what Shannon said. Backtrack to what Miss Annette said. And just stay there. Miss Annette reported it as a runaway. maybe it did start out as a runaway. Maybe that's why she didn't call. Don't know. But NAZIYAH texted Jarvis that morning. Now that's a fact. Why did she text him? She texted him for him as far as them getting together, I believe. Him picking her up. I do believe that hotel that they seen them going in, I do believe that NAZIYAH's mother was at that hotel a day before or days before. Who is to say that was NAZIYAH who really texted Jarvis? It could have been Shannon. I'm just saying. I get it. We have to look at it from a lot of different angles and explore different scenarios. I get it. We had to look at it from, I get what you're saying now. Possibly, but I believe it was to buy time. Yes, they said her mother was at the hotel. Okay, that brings me to the clothes she was wearing and the clothes that were found. There you go. So, and when I said, well, that pink onesie, I said, but that's not what I believe Miss Annette or Shannon, that's not what they said she was wearing. And y'all said, but Shank, she probably had the pink onesie underneath her clothes. Strong possibility. She could have wore the onesie underneath her clothes. Where is the hotel footage? Also, Lisa Johnson said Jarvis checked out at 12:30. The schools reported her missing and called the police reported. Salute, Arias. Shank, where is her backpack? Good point. Good point. Good point. On the hotel camera, they saw NAZIYAH go in but not come out. Good point. So, where is NAZIYAH? Did she slip out the back? Did she slip out a side door? Did she slip out a window? That has always been something that always stayed with me. If they saw her go in but didn't see her come out, what happened to NAZIYAH? Salute, hip hop. Appreciate you, Arias. Appreciate you for sharing it. How did they get her out of the hotel? She wasn't seen on the footage leaving. That's facts. That's facts. Where is the footage? I have never seen it. Maybe she did try to run away. That's why they don't know what she had on. I don't know. Just my thoughts right now. Strong possibility. Strong possibility. They said the school was out, but they said that she was there. This case is very confusing to me. Somebody's lying. Now, I can agree with you on that, Love Jones. Somebody's lying. And that's why I always wondered why Miss Annette pulled up and asked, is NAZIYAH in the house? Because if she always come home, then why ask? That's a good point. And see, it's so many missing pieces. It is. And Miss Annette could have did it. Now, I will entertain this. And you all can entertain something else, and I'll see if we could entertain it. I will say, in my opinion, It was either Jarvis, Shannon, or Miss Annette. Strong possibility that all three of them could have been on it together. It could have been all three of them. Now, I'll entertain if anybody feels like it could have been somebody else. Because it could have been somebody else. Is there actual footage of her at the hotel? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it either, y'all. Can I get everybody to hit that like button as well as subscribe? PJ says, I believe those low down demons told NAZIYAH to meet up with Jarvis before she left home that morning. Remember, Annette went home and went to sleep. Justice for NAZIYAH. Salute, Teresa. Maybe they put her in a huge suitcase. Strong possibility. She walked right out the front door to meet Jarvis. They wasn't watching. Let me grab Chaotic. Appreciate this, Chaotic. Chaotic says, hard to speculate with all the known lies, circumstantial known info, and too little known facts. Just my opinion. Charges may be still coming for Shannon. And that's true. That's true. Charges might be coming for Shannon. Let's backtrack, y'all. Let's backtrack the judge.
As far as Fisher, I agree with people that this case is distinguishable. This is a case regarding a trial. And the one thing I had highlighted in pink was the quote, in this case, there was no physical evidence such as bloodstains or a weapon leading defendant to Joyce's death. In this case, we don't have the same facts or circumstances. I do agree this is a circumstantial case, and circumstantial evidence is sufficient for a bind over and even conviction. Today is January 9th, 2025, exactly 1 year, from the day NAZIYAH Harris disappeared. Before I get into the charges, and the main charge of premeditated first-degree murder, I have to speak on NAZIYAH Harris and the community who failed her. And I am only presented with certain evidence. I don't know the whole story. The attorneys know more than me, the family knows more than me. But from what I have heard over the last 4 days and 5 days total, is that several people failed her. I don't know where her mother is. I don't know anything other than that she was forced to live in a home where she was not protected or given the adequate attention and love.
And let me say this before I let the judge finish, okay? Now, they say that NAZIYAH was seen going into the hotel with Jarvis. How do we know that that's NAZIYAH, right? That school bus, the video of the little girl getting off the school or walking off the school bus, many of us don't even believe that that's NAZIYAH, right? Drop a three if you don't think that that's NAZIYAH walking after getting off the school bus. So just like we don't believe that that's NAZIYAH walking off the school bus, because it don't look like it's NAZIYAH. So who's to say that that's NAZIYAH going in that hotel with Jarvis? I'm just saying. Jarvis is known. He's known to have little girls with him. It could have been any little girl going into that hotel with Jarvis. Just like Jarvis's sister stated, she never saw the little girl's face. So how do she know? Because remember, according to Jarvis's sister, remember everybody, I just want to focus in on what's presented to us. Jarvis' sister said, Jarvis told her that's King's niece. What if it was King's niece? And I know later on she went and asked King who it was. But what if King was lying? I'm just saying that. What if King was lying? What if Jarvis was telling the truth when he said to his sister, oh, that's King's niece?
I don't know who her father is. I don't have any mention of him in her life, no presence. To Cordell, aka King, and all the men who saw Jarvis Butts hanging out and always around these young girls, including NAZIYAH, and his 9-year-old daughter going up to the shop to clean up his shop. The school counselor who never showed up, or the person who was supposed to show up if that counselor was absent, after NAZIYAH was on the floor on the day she went missing, saying that she needs to speak to someone and speak to a counselor. There's no mention of CPS, but I wonder what their involvement was over the years, because this was not just a one-year thing. There are text messages at least from 2022. To her adoptive grandmother, Annette Harris, whose testimony, in my opinion, was very questionable. I understand why the people put her on the stand to establish NAZIYAH's residence and the houses on Bedford and the regular routine, to establish also that NAZIYAH was not a runaway child, that she was not a bad kid. I do believe she adopted NAZIYAH. I do believe that she had 6 kids in the house. I believe that NAZIYAH had on a dark hoodie the day she went missing, and that she had on red and black Nikes that day. What is hard to believe is that the defendant never came into the house as she testified. And there was also a minor that testified that he did as well. Text messages that showed between him and NAZIYAH that he did in the basement, saying he was going to the shower, stealing her panties. He was always lurking around that house and asking for Janiyah and Zaniyah, from what I know. I even thought about the breakfast routine and saying that all the kids like eating breakfast at school. Did they have a choice? I don't know. But to always send those girls up there to clean up the shop raises questions. And how were there 2 women in that house who have birthed children themselves who did not notice that NAZIYAH was pregnant, and I believe she was, and not having her period anymore? But then after hearing text messages today, begging Jarvis for pads as if she didn't have anyone else to give them for her. And what stood out the most was when Annette Harris stood on the stand, and she learned around 6 p.m. that NAZIYAH did not come home from school, and said she looked around for her and decided to wait until the next morning to call the police. Without a tear, without emotion, or any expression of being devastated.
Let me say this. Where is NAZIYAH hers? Where is NAZIYAH hers? Whoever took NAZIYAH's life, why did they take NAZIYAH's life? We had 3 people. Miss Annette. Why would Miss Annette take NAZIYAH's life? Many believe Miss Annette only wanted the check anyway. So now if Miss Annette takes NAZIYAH's life, she ain't gonna get that check no more. Shannon had reasons. Jarvis had reasons. But once again, I'm still focused in on, if Jarvis didn't do it, then why didn't he tell who did it? I see you, Pebbles. After this judge said all this, the grandmother and Shannon should have been put up under investigation. And that's where I'm at, LG. Like, And that was helping her overweight daughter. Exactly. Maybe at the trial he will tell. Don't believe Annette did. Exactly. Shank, I don't believe it was because of no dealers.
And to her Aunt Shannon, who also showed no emotion, expression of being devastated from NAZIYAH going missing. She stated that she had friends help look for NAZIYAH, but was directed to just wait until the morning to call the police. A grown woman who likely suspected something strange going on didn't feel the need to call the police either. They were both able to go to sleep at night without hearing from NAZIYAH or having any indication that she was coming home at night. And of course, the defendant, who I will get to in a minute. I don't know who else failed NAZIYAH, but the community did. As far as the people establishing probable cause, I will focus on count one, as it's been stated that there is no contention with counts 2 and 3. In count 3, I will amend based off of the motion and the testimony I heard that NAZIYAH was 12 and not 13 at the time that Jarvis Butts had sexual intercourse with her. The prosecution is correct. You do not have to have a body to establish first-degree premeditated murder. It would have been a much shorter exam had her body been found, but this is where we are. In the last 365 days, no text messages. We all heard today and yesterday that she was very active and frequently texting. No social media for a year. We heard through testimony that she was also active on social media. No phone calls, which she was also able to do according to testimony. No physical sighting of her by anyone. She never came back to school. No one has seen her. Medical records dated from July 2014 to October 2023 indicated that she had no life-threatening medical issues that would lead to a natural cause of death. The black hoodie found in the area of 7 Mile and Bird with her DNA and blood on it. The holes in the hoodie consistent with some sort of struggle, violence, or weapon being used. And we know that there were no holes in that hoodie when she wore it to school. We saw a picture of her in a black hoodie on her last day that everyone saw her.
And once again, with that picture, she's waving and appreciate this super sticker candy. To me, y'all, it was this NAZIYAH Harris case was like a well script out movie. It's like something you see on Lifetime. This was well script out. You got this picture. So she says that wasn't a current pic. You got all this that has been given to us, and there's so many holes in it. Then it's said that NAZIYAH was missing before January the 9th. Tammy says, I feel Jarvis don't have anything to lose because Shannon's still going to send him money. That picture of her waving, in my opinion, is not a current picture. Why was it only one ring camera photo? Everybody in the mammy has a ring camera. Mayday Flower says, sad but true, Tammy. Hey Girl says, but it had to be a current pic because that's how Jarvis remembers her. Good point, Hey Girl. Good point. Thing is, was it stab holes or pow pow holes? I can't wait to the court trial. You know what, LG? I can't wait either. I'm wrecking my brain, rolling over and going to sleep peacefully while your child is not home at the age of 13 is diabolical to me. Jarvis don't care about his children and Shannon don't either. She let him SA them. She probably was having children so he could touch them. Jarvis still getting the same charges as far as touching NAZIYAH with or without the baby. So if he did it, what would he actually get from it? He's still in jail regardless. I don't think it was a picture she took on January the 9th. Was the tablet, ping, and ring camera supposed the same day? A pick or screwdriver? Appreciate this super chat. Hip Hop History. Hip Hop History says most CCTV footage auto deletes after 30 days. Public schools police fumbled this case, waiting so long to give the case to DPD. Period. That's facts, Hip Hop History. That's facts.
I do believe her grandma testified truthfully about the sweatshirt that she had on and that was practically new. And the border agent who said that no evidence of animals would have destroyed the clothing or the shoes to possibly lead to animals tearing up that hoodie. The clear glasses found in the blue Nissan the day after she went missing. The behavior of the defendant when he snatched those glasses. They looked exactly like the glasses she had on in her last picture, according to the witness. The shoes that her brother described as the same shoes that were found also in the area of 7 Mile and Bird near the hoodie. While this is still probable cause, the evidence all points to Jarvis' guts. His locations, him being seen with her last, the abortion searches, the abrupt silence between the two of them in text messages, and the constant lies he told throughout the entire investigation.
What do y'all make out of that? Let me see what the chat is saying about that in the replay game. What do y'all make out of the text messages between Jarvis and NAZIYAH stopped? Is that a clear sign that NAZIYAH is no longer alive? Well, I want to hear y'all thoughts on that. Where are the clothes she had on that day? Is Jarvis left-handed? What are y'all thoughts on that? That judge don't play. Would y'all say that because the text message just stopped between her and Jarvis? Would y'all say that that proves that NAZIYAH is no longer alive? I want to hear what you all got to say about that. Because Shannon probably had her phone. That judge is pissed, the rocking in the chair. She wants to lock them all up. Yes, he is left-handed. He preyed on our youth. Justice for NAZIYAH. Can I get everybody to throw up some pink hearts in the chat? And hashtag justice for NAZIYAH. Donna says yes. Nubian says, I believe it's a definite sign because she loved that man. May the Flower says yes. Clear sign she went missing when the text stopped. Shannon used to have NAZIYAH text Jarvis because he wouldn't respond to Shannon. In my opinion, the text messages didn't stop. That was all they read in the preliminary. Good point. That's a good point. That may prove it was over for NAZIYAH. Text stopped in November. Jarvis was her lifeline and her mind. So for her not to text him makes me feel she is no longer available. I honestly believe it was Jarvis and Shannon. Who is to say how many phones they had? That's true. I believe it was Shannon playing games until the detective came and got the tablet and they were passing the phone around. Well, that's probably another reason the police have the target on him. His left hand would naturally strike her right side. A good point. That's a good point.
They were proven to be lies with text messages and other testimony. We may never know what happened, but from what I heard today and over the last 4 or 5 days, it appears he intended to perform what he thought was a do-it-yourself abortion on NAZIYAH, then went south, and instead of seeking medical attention for her, he intentionally killed her and tried his best to cover it up.
And that's what the judge is saying now. Salute Dana J. Appreciate you for pulling up. This is what the judge has to say. I'm gonna backtrack it. There's a lot more that will come out in the trial. I think they have more messages, but they didn't tell them all. But I don't feel he unalived her. Shannon did, and he helps hide her. Salute Islia. All right, let me backtrack it, y'all. This is what the judge is saying.
But from what I heard today and over the last 4 or 5 days, it appears he intended to perform what he thought was a do-it-yourself abortion on NAZIYAH, then went south, and instead of seeking medical attention for her, he intentionally killed her and tried his best to cover it up. As much as I want her to be alive today, there is at least probable cause to show and believe that she is dead and that she was murdered by Jarvis Butts. Mr. Butts, stand up. You've been sitting over there for 4 days with your head down, getting between and behind your attorney with your mask on and taking vigorous notes. I want you to pay attention and listen to everything I have to say. I have been trying to figure out for the last 5 days, you. At one point, I thought you were cognitively impaired in the beginning of this exam. And then maybe you had the brain of a 10-year-old, and that's why you were doing such things. But as I heard more and more testimony, you're just a true definition of a pedophile. Watching you laugh and brag about all the women you have with different women and the children and the girlfriends, and making babies to groom them and having them in your presence, cleaning up your shop, and the little girls around you, has landed you here today. You groomed NAZIYAH. You played mind games with her. We all heard that. You controlled her emotions at a young age. The text messages between you two were disgusting to hear. And to think that she had you saved in her phone as a babe for life. NAZIYAH deserves so much more. And while I mentioned other people that failed her, Jarvis Butts, you were the monster in this whole picture. She did deserve love from her parents and everyone who was in her life. She was ignored, she was neglected, and you took complete advantage of that. She wanted someone to love her, and she will never know what that feels like. Your children deserve more. As much as defense counsel has raised issues on count 1, all that has done is raise the question of fact for the trier of fact, which means that this will be for a jury or judge to hear at 3rd Circuit. I pray for the healing of all the victims and the young girls and possibly boys who have come into contact with you. As a community, we should look at this case as a prime example of how much work we have to do when it comes to protecting our children and especially our Black girls. I pray for closure and healing for all those who have been traumatized by you. And for you, Jarvis Butts, I wish you a speedy trial and that justice be delivered. Your bind over date.
So the judge nailed it. The judge wasn't playing around with Jarvis. Salute adjusted my crown. Salute adjusted my crown. Now, as I stated earlier, can we go by looks? Can we look at Jarvis and determine whether or not he's a red rummer? Like I said, looks can be deceiving. Some say, but Shank, that's not his MO. He's not a violent offender. And as I said before, I have petty crimes on my jacket. I have some violent crimes on my jacket. You can't go by many years ago, you could probably go by that, but you can't go by that because a person can have petty crimes on their jacket but still be a violent person. They may have just not got caught for anything that they done that was violent. I've seen that. So we can't go by just because Jarvis don't have unaliving on his record. You know, he got them pow-pows on his record. He do got pow-pows on his record. Now, I will say this. Most people that got them pow-pows on a record, not all, but most people that got them pow-pows on them on their records, they ain't got no problem with pow-powing somebody. And see, by us not having NAZIYAH's remains, we don't know how. We don't know how she was unalive. Possibility, he could have pow-powed her. Don't know. But according to the judge, and this is what I got out of it, and y'all could correct me if I'm wrong, even the judge, in my opinion, don't feel necessarily as if Jarvis set out to unalive her. It was just a back alley mechanic abortion that went wrong. Shank, please help. I've been trying to reach out to Miss Parker and Toot. I love all three of y'all. I have so much to offer while needing to help myself. You have to follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram and send me a DM. My Instagram is Shankrock. Once again, if anybody needs to get in touch with me, just follow me on Instagram and send me a DM. My Instagram is Shankrock. Salute T-Ray. Appreciate you for pulling up with us, T-Ray. Can I get everybody to give T-Ray a warm welcome? I believe this is my first time seeing you over here. Can I get everybody to give T-Ray a warm welcome? I personally know a few people whose children were violated by him and know he's not a violent offender. Now let's entertain that, okay? Let's entertain Jarvis not being a violent offender, okay? Salute Paris. Salute Paris channel. let's entertain everything now. Since we, entertain the thought of Jarvis unaliving her, let's entertain everything, okay? Now, Jarvis is not a violent offender, okay? And I got another new subby. Can I get everybody to give Stephanie a warm welcome? Make sure everybody gives Stephanie a warm welcome, and make sure T. Ray and Stephanie Garcia feels right at home. All right? Because she did lean to Jarvis. Once again, she stated in the text message, I want to come and live with you. Now, this is NAZIYAH talking to the monster. I want to come and live with you. And she also said, I ain't going to never get out of this hell. Appreciate the super chat, Tanya. Tanya says, still so many unanswered questions, and the investigation was messy, just my opinion. And that's the cold piece of this case, y'all. That investigation was so messy and so sloppy. Yes, it was. But the good news is August the 1st is less than 2 weeks. August the 1st is less than 2 weeks. And hopefully, we'll find out some new information that we don't know. I want to know who the 40 witnesses are. I think Melinda is a newbie over here as well. Make sure everybody give Melinda a warm welcome as well. I believe this is my first time seeing Melinda. Appreciate you for pulling up with us, Melinda. But I want to know. Now, what I hope, this is what I hope, everybody. I hope that this NAZIYAH Harris case don't turn out to be another baby oil man case. Look. Because to me, that whole baby oil man case, to me, was a disgrace. They brought those charges up on him, and all they could do was talk about freak offs. So in this NAZIYAH Harris case, I hope that they come with the heat, because many of you all believe Shank, they just holding back. They got this, they got that. They're just holding all of that back. I don't buy it. And I'll tell you why I don't buy it. Same thing with the baby oil man case. When they got you at the preliminary, now, I will say this. They could get NAZIYAH's remains. Now, so let me backtrack that part. And I will say I can agree with that. Now, if they get the remains of NAZIYAH by time of that trial, then yeah. And I'll even go an extra step. If Jarvis starts to talk, yeah. So I'm just going to I'm gonna bite my tongue for right now. I'm gonna bite my tongue. But I'm telling y'all, they better come out swinging. They better come out swinging. They're gonna have to come out swinging. Because in my opinion, Jarvis's defense team is not going to lay down in this case. It's too many missing pieces. There's too many pieces in this case. His defense team is not gonna lay down. So if the prosecution don't come out swinging, Jarvis might walk. And I know y'all gonna come for me in the replay gang. And you know what? For everybody in the replay gang that's going to come for me about that, in my baby oil man's voice, take that. Because no matter what Shank Rock says, somebody in the replay gang always got to come for Shank Rock. No matter what Shank Rock says, somebody always got to come for me. So for those that want to come for Shank Rock and the replay gang, on my replay gang, take that. Take a dose. Take a dose of Jarvis's stable of women. I'm not saying that Jarvis is going to walk. What I'm saying is this. I'm saying this. Same thing I said in the baby oil man case. And folks was throwing all kind of stuff at me. Shank, how dare you say that? Shank, they got baby oil man racketeering. And after that first week, I said, they haven't proved their case against baby oil man when it comes to racketeering, because the way they came out the gate. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Jarvis is going to beat it. I see. Then listen to me now. Let's listen to me, LG. LG says, Shank, I'm coming for you now. Jarvis not walking. Sean says, you wrong. You wrong as hell, Shank. Love Jones said he gonna walk his funky ass to his cell. Arias once said, I agree with you on Jarvis may walk on the NAZIYAH charges and stay out for the other crimes. It would have been more ironclad, I hope I pronounced it right, if they charge him with second degree, not first degree. This is what I'm saying. Levique says, love your funky ass, all due respect. This is what I'm saying, y'all. I'm saying that they're gonna have to come out swinging hard. Lady Leo says, Shank, what the hell? They're gonna have to come out swinging hard is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You know, if Kim Worthy comes out like she's already came out, he walking. He walking on that red rum. He walking on that red rum. That's all I'm saying, y'all. Because you got to look at the text messages. See, all the defense team has to prove a reasonable doubt that someone else had a motive. They got Shannon's testimony. Listen, I didn't say the SA charges. The SA charges. He ain't going to walk on none of them. I can tell y'all that. I'm not saying he might walk on the SA charges. No, he ain't going to walk on them SA charges. That's not what I'm saying. All right? Can I get everybody to give Seer of the Ages a warm welcome? All my new subbies, let me know, and I'll make sure we give you all a warm welcome. Can I get everybody to give Seer of the Ages a warm welcome? What I'm saying is, all the defense team has to prove is a reasonable doubt. Salute OG Patrice. That's it. The majority of us that's been following it feel like Shannon is behind it. Can I get everybody to give Cent Dollars a warm welcome as well? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to run one more clip, then I'm going to let y'all get out of here. I'm not going to take up too much of y'all time. Hey, Shank, salute to you and the Rock Squad. All their funky asses need to be locked up for life. You are forever loved, baby girl. And I agree with you. Let me run this other one. But I'll say it again. They're going to have to come out. They're going to have to come out swinging. They're really going to have to come out swinging. Now, maybe Jarvis will cop a plea. I'm hoping that he cops a plea. I'm hoping that he's willing to tell where NAZIYAH's remains is at for a lesser sentence. In these cases, the defendants are known for doing this. In these kind of cases, when they can't find the remains of the individual, they'll work out a deal with the defendant. If the defendant tells them where the remains are, then they'll receive a lighter sentence. You know. Now, let's chop it up about that, y'all. Would y'all prefer for Jarvis to cop out to a lesser sentence by telling where NAZIYAH's remains are and what happened, or would y'all say no plea agreement, give him life? What are y'all thoughts on that? Drop a 4 if y'all would hope that he would come up off of what happened to her and where her remains are at for a lesser sentence. Or drop a 5 if y'all say no, send him away for the rest of his life. Let me grab a few comments, y'all. I believe the judge, when she said an illegal abortion was performed on her, this illegal abortion was planned and orchestrated by Jarvis. Shannon or Annette ain't cut out for jail. He's rep himself. He ain't smart enough for none of that. It's Friday. Stay here a little while. Y'all want me to stay a little bit longer? Y'all gonna have to take care of me if I stay a little bit longer. Y'all want me to stay a little bit longer? All right, I'll hold on. I'll hold out for a little bit longer. Salute Sheila. Sheila says nobody does it better. Appreciate that, Sheila. He can do what he wants. He is going to get got. Jarvis doesn't care. He used to doing time. The Harris family isn't. He talking his ass off about now. 4-4. I see some 4. The legal abortion went south. I don't believe he Shank, if they do find remains, would they still be able to identify the cause? I believe so. I believe with an autopsy, I do believe that an autopsy report could be able to tell from the bones. But I could be wrong. Somebody correct me. Stay. F that he has ruined too many children's lives. Yes. He's not repping himself in the NAZIYAH case. Michelle dropped the 4 and 5. Donna dropped the 4 and 5. I think Jarvis needed that car money for abortion. Yes, stay a little longer. His lesser sentence will be life with parole instead of natural life. Salute Cotan. Shank, go eat some tacos. Melanie dropped the 4. I don't. He unallow her believe she died during the illegal abortion because all those SA charges damn near gonna give him. All right. Y'all making it worth my while. All right. I see you, Trelane. I see you. Appreciate that super chat, Chaotic. His FA is done regardless. Appreciate this super sticker, Trelane. I see you, Hazel. I think this is Hazel's first time. I got a lot of newbies over here today. Can I get everybody to give Hazel a warm welcome? I think you knew Hazel. Let me grab something else, y'all. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
In just a few moments, the Wayne County prosecutor is expected to hold a press conference on your old who was last seen back in January getting off a school bus on Detroit's east side. Investigators have searched countless areas in the city and across Metro Detroit, including part of Pittsfield Township and a pond in Clinton Township, with no success. That press conference just getting started. Let's go ahead and listen in now live.
I have spent decades of my career looking at pictures of murdered people. When I was trying homicide cases for 6 straight years as an assistant prosecutor, I would spend hours thinking about the victim whose case I was getting ready to try, wondering how they spent their last weeks, their last days, their last hours, and their last minutes of their lives. What were they thinking about? Did they know that the end was near? And if it was someone they knew, what must they have been thinking as they were shot, stabbed, or whatever mechanism of death was used and confronted?
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete
them with by the person they knew or loved. I can't imagine the thoughts that goes through their minds. But it's always, always 1,000 times worse when the person is a child or a baby, someone in the dawn of their lives who haven't begun to live their lives. The picture behind me is of NAZIYAH, and that will always be haunting because it was taken just a short time before the evidence shows that she was never seen or heard from again. It was taken by NAZIYAH herself, a selfie. That's the last known picture that we know about of her. And it was pointed out to me by one of the detectives on this case and by one of the prosecutors. She is smiling and waving and saying hello. But little did she know that she was really saying goodbye. We will provide to you later a very skeleton timeline of the time right before her death, before and after. Of course, the detail would be provided in court. The evidence shows overwhelmingly in this case that she is in fact deceased. The last time she was seen alive was January the 9th of this year, 2024, almost 9 months ago. Her missing status was reported to the Detroit Public School Police Department by her grandmother on that very day when she never returned home from school. And again, that was January the 9th, 2024. In early February of 2024, the case was turned over to the Detroit Police Department. Frankly, that should have happened right away. But they began investigating immediately. The evidence would further show that through text messages that we know and that we have, NAZIYAH and this defendant were going to meet after school on January the 9th. We know that she did indeed meet up with the defendant that we're charging in this case.
And see, remember, y'all, when I said that, remember early on in the demonstration when I said that maybe it was a runaway. I'm just saying, maybe it was a runaway because NAZIYAH texts Jarvis. They was texting while NAZIYAH was in school. And NAZIYAH, I believe, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, NAZIYAH said to, I believe, some schoolmates or something like that, this is going to be y'all last time seeing me. Right? So it could have been a runaway case. Salute, Keisha. Appreciate you for pulling up. Appreciate that, Chaotic. Chaotic says, I swear Kim better come like this was her Malice Green case for real, for real. And this is what I'm saying. See, I'm going off of the energy. I'm going off of Kim. Now, if she comes out, if that prosecution comes out weak, I know y'all going to throw all kind of stuff at me, but if that prosecution comes out weak, it's a good chance Jarvis is going to beat that red rum. You can't come out weak. Can't come out like this, is what I'm saying, y'all. That's what I'm saying. Okay?
We also know that several people close to Mr. Butts, who we were charging later, saw them together in several different locations, people that he knew well. We have evidence that at 9:30 p.m. on that day, that Mr. Butts checked into a motel and the Zaniyah was never seen or heard from again.
Now, she said they checked in at 9 p.m. Once again, what if the person that's on the footage is not NAZIYAH Harris? Because if we look at that footage of when she got off the bus, that don't look like it's NAZIYAH. So
Not from her family, not from her schoolmates, not from her friends, not from social media where she was extremely active with her friends, not from teachers, no one. We know that she had no medical conditions that would cause a life-threatening medical emergency to her. And he, again, was the last person that saw her alive. She would have turned 14 years old just 10 days ago on September the 16th of 2024. And again, no one has seen or heard from her. You look at that face and you do not see the horrors that she had gone through in her short life.
let me grab a few comments real quick. Appreciate that super sticker sent, Dollars. Carmela says, if the feds have stepped in and took over the case, wouldn't that be out of Kim's jurisdiction? Yes. He's about going to get out. Was she in school on the 9th? Because it was said that the teachers had a meeting that day and there was no school. So how was she present that day and nobody else was? That's facts, Love Jones. That's facts. Why be seen with her if he gonna ex her? Good point, Awesome. Did Jarvis do it or he covered it up? Did the twins do it? Did Annette tell them handle that? If she ran away, she was going to Jarvis because she was in love with him. Shannon was hurt. Good point. All good points that y'all are making. How no Shank, this is so crazy. Correct. Once again, appreciate that super sticker sent. Wait, did she say he will be charged? Did she say we will charge them later? I'll backtrack it. Love Jones. School was closed on the 10th. If it wasn't her, the defense would be able to get the person he checked in with. Jarvis is already talking because he's a habitual S offender, so he knows he is going to prison, and if they give him 45 to life or more, he's definitely talking for a lesser charge. She's saying other people's, they will be charged later. What she meant by that? Maybe a half a day on the 9th. Make sure y'all hit that like button and subscribe. They all told lies. Some said she never ran away. In the same breath, she did run away. School was closed. If necessary, could the school verify the date of that waving pic? could confirm how old she was then. Good point. Good point. You right, Shank. They have to come out swinging. They also have to come correct. And that's all I'm saying. Appreciate that, Pansy. They're going to have to come out swinging, and they're going to have to come out correct. Jarvis is going to talk. Yes, she did say that. Mel says, I wonder who she will be charging later. Kim keeps saying others will be charged at a later time. And this is all I'm saying. She's going to have to come out correct, and she's going to have to come out swinging. Let me backtrack it for y'all.
That Mr. Butts checked into a motel and the Zaniyah was never seen or heard from again. Not from her family, not from her schoolmates, not from her friends, not from social media where she was extremely active with her friends, not from teachers, no one. We know that she had no medical conditions that would cause a life-threatening medical emergency to her. And he, again, was the last person that saw her alive. She would have turned 14 years old just 10 days ago on September the 16th of 2024. And again, no one has seen or heard from her. You look at that face and you do not see the horrors that she had gone through in her short life. The exploitation, the molestations, the sexual abuse, and the pregnancy that she was concealing. The evidence will show that from one of her text messages to and with Jarvis Butts. And we also know, the evidence will show, that there's no evidence of anyone else being the father of that child, other than the defendant himself, who we charge today.
Let me stop it right there. Evidence, y'all. Appreciate this super chat, Lenny. What date was those clean shoes and clothing found? Good point. Now, she said the evidence will show that Jarvis and only Jarvis is the father of the child. Help me out. If there's no body, how would they be able to tell? Did NAZIYAH give birth to her child? I don't know. I don't know. But see, this is what I'm saying. I see you can't get it. Salute. I see. This is what I'm saying. She got to, okay, blood work. Says blood work. Okay. I'll accept that. I'll accept that. Peace, Ursula. Peace. Let me come back, y'all. Let me come back.
And he knew she was pregnant. We know that he was also searching for ways to abort the baby. We know that sexually explicit photos were requested by him of her and that she contacted her. All the hands we let, the man charging with her death and also her long-term sexual abuse. A process that was put together. Excellent.
I'm going to skip over that. I don't know why it's acting up. Appreciate this super chat. Can't get right. Really appreciate this super chat. Can't get right. I see you, Raw.
Video of 111 gigabytes. Witnesses and witness statements, body-worn camera, and let me not forget, it was Tina and Matt's memo, but the work of the Detroit Police Department. Anyway, we reviewed 111 gigabytes of video, witnesses and witness statements, body-worn camera footage, surveillance video, police reports, documents, 19 gigabytes, medical records, search warrant returns, phone extractions, which came to 506 gigabytes.
Now, in my opinion, this is, according to Kim Worthy now, that's a lot of evidence. But once again, remember everybody, in the Baby Oil Man case, remember when Homeland Security raided Baby Oil Man's homes, right? And they confiscated this. They confiscated that. Remember? They confiscated all these bottles of baby oil. The plane that I'm landing is, just because they say they got this, just because they say they got that, is it enough for a conviction? Is it enough for a conviction? And if you ever been arrested before, you know that they famous for sticking all kind of charges on you. They famous for saying what they got. They famous for saying all of that.
Today we are charging Jarvis Butts with 1 count of first-degree premeditated murder, 1 count of criminal sexual conduct in the second degree, and 1 count of child sexually abusive material. Today we are also charging Mr. Butts with more counts of criminal sexual conduct on 2 more girls, yes, girls, on 2 other separate cases. The girls in question now are 20 and 11 respectively today, but both were under the age of 13 years old at the time the offenses occurred that we're charging. We are charging that one victim who is now 20 years old, that from April of 2012 to April of 2014, it's alleged that defendant Bucks sexually assaulted the victim at a residence in Detroit. Further facts and evidence on that matter will be placed on the record at the preliminary examination. In that case, we charge Mr. Butts with criminal sexual conduct, 1 count in the first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 or older. In that case, we are also charging Mr. Butts with 3 counts of criminal sexual conduct in the second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years or older. In the second criminal sexual conduct case, well, I guess the third that we're charging today, we are alleging that the victim, who is now 13 years old, that from July 2015 through July 2017, we're alleging that he sexually assaulted the victim at a residence in Detroit. And again, further facts and evidence will be developed at the preliminary examination. Defendant Butts have been charged with, in that case, 1 count of criminal sexual conduct in the second degree. Child under the age of 13, Mr. Butts over the age of 17. Based on all the evidence that I've laid out now and much more that will be shown later in court, based on all these cases we will present in court, Mr. Butts targeted and befriended women who had to have sexual relationships with their young daughters. He would have relationships with their mothers, but his true desire was to have sex with their young daughters. That's what the evidence will show.
Well, let me just say this then, and y'all let me know. So, what are y'all thoughts? Do y'all think that Jarvis wasn't interested in his stable of women only, but to get next to their children? What are y'all thoughts? Do y'all think that that was his whole purpose? These are these are some of Jarvis's stable of women. Do y'all think that that's why he preyed on them? Appreciate your super sticker, Angela. Lady Leo says they were breeders. Karen says yes. I see you, Antoinette. Appreciate you for pulling up with us, Antoinette. I see you, Lisa. Let me speak. I'm hurt, lonely, but work in the mental health field. Come on up on the panel with me, Sent, if you want to. Talana says yes. Renee says, man, who made Shank put these faces up? Who was it? OG Patrice says yes. He targeted single mothers with children, particularly daughters. Antoinette says on God. Wilson says Shannon didn't have no kids. LG says, I don't know, but it is suspicious. Carmela says yes. Sent says nope. He was hurt too. Didn't know how to handle it. Curran says he a monster. He wanted the kids. Jacqueline says could be, but his own child though. Nubian says he definitely wasn't into them. I believe that was his sole purpose, the children. Wilson says why he get with Shannon at first. Lisa says yes. Pedo, do not think like we do. They believe no means yes. KA says after abortion, the body is very, very weak. Uh, right after the abortion could likely be fatal. Appreciate the super chats. I really appreciate you tonight. Can't get right. So I guess I'm gonna have to do an all-nighter. Is that what y'all saying? Can't get right. Is that where we at, y'all? Appreciate them super chats once again. Can't get right. Let me know if y'all are down for all night. Drop a 7 in the chat if y'all want to go all night. Drop a 7 for me and let me know if y'all want to go all night. Lady Leo says yes with yo funky ass. Yep, Shank, that's where we out. I'm down. All right now. All right now. I better not see none of y'all tapping out either. Got a new subby. Can I get everybody to give? I'm coming to you, subby. Can I get everybody to give Danny a warm welcome? And any other new subbies that we got, make sure everybody give Danny a warm welcome. Can't get right says do your thing. All right, we're going to go all night, y'all. We're going to go all night. I love y'all too, Cheryl. I love y'all too. Let's go.
Was a classic and expert groomer and pedophile. It's incredibly sad, incredibly unspeakable, and we want to bring justice to her and her family. I have to take this moment to say something to you. And this is not directed at all at NAZIYAH's family, who by all accounts had many in her family that truly loved her. This is directed to everyone else listening to me now. We must be very careful who we let into our hearts and our homes and our lives, especially.
Now, see, that's what always troubled me about Kim Worthy. That's what troubled me about Kim Worthy. She refused to go after her family. She turned a blind eye. That's once again, that's why, like, if they try to turn a blind eye at trial, Jarvis gonna walk on that unaliving. He gonna walk on that unaliving. And that's what I get out of Kim. That's what I get out of Kim. Appreciate this super chat, super sticker. Can't get right. Appreciate those 3 super stickers. Can't get right. She covering for him. She's covering for Annette and Shannon. That judge didn't cover. That judge did not cover for Annette and Shannon. Kim is. And I don't like this. I don't like this at all from Kim. Let me backtrack. Listen to her now. I don't like this at all, Kim. I don't.
Want to bring justice to her and her family. I have to take this moment to say something to you. And this is not directed at all at NAZIYAH's family, who by all accounts had many in her family that truly loved her. This is directed to everyone else listening to me now. We must be very careful who we let into our hearts and our homes and our lives, especially if you have children. We must be very careful who we have around our children and elders respectively. We must also be very careful who we leave our children with, even if they are in a relationship partners, family, and friend. I'll say that again. Even if they are relationship partners, families, or friends. Life can be hard enough at times, but when it comes to our children, we must be deliberative, we must be diligent, and laser focused on their safety. And sometimes we must make decisions about them and their lives that we may not like and that they may not like, but it's for the betterment of them and their safety and their future. When something doesn't feel right, even if it's just that voice in your head, it usually isn't right. And sometimes when we are attentive and we do everything right by our children, things can still happen and still go very wrong despite our best efforts. This can happen to good watchers of children. But we must always ask ourselves at the end of each and every day, was I right by each member of my household in terms of their safety? Did I do right by my children?
That's what you should have been saying to Miss Annette and Shannon. Appreciate that. Super sticker can't get right. Can't get right. You are a superstar over here. Appreciate those 4 super stickers from You Can't Get Right. You were supposed to, just like that judge came for Miss Annette and Shannon, Kim Worthy was supposed to have came for Shannon and Annette. And that's why I'm worried, y'all. I'm worried. I'm worried. I'm worried. I am worried. I'm not worried about the inappropriately touching of NAZIYAH. I ain't worried about that. It's a done deal. They got Jarvis. They definitely got Jarvis on the inappropriately touching NAZIYAH. Case closed. He ain't beating them. But the unaliving, I'm worried. I'm really worried. I gotta say it again. I'm really worried about the unaliving of her. Kim, and maybe she is getting it together. Maybe. And like many of you said, Shank, they just getting stuff together. Shank, they gonna bring the heat at the trial. I'll accept that. I'll accept that. I'll bite my tongue. I'll just stay down. But if she comes out like this, Antoinette, and everybody else, it ain't looking good.
Now, of course, Mr. Butts is presumed innocent unless and until he's found guilty on each and every crime and count that we have charged today. We have been told this morning that the arraignment will be tomorrow, we think at 10:30 a.m. in the morning, but we don't have confirmation of that yet. But the arraignment, we are told, will happen tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Chief?
Okay.
I'll switch buses.
What are y'all thoughts? What are y'all thoughts on Kim? Now, I'm going to go to Jarvis's sister. I'm gonna switch lanes to Jarvis' sister. I was gonna do it on my backup channel. Can't get right. Can't get right. You know what? I appreciate your support, Can't Get Right. And I'm going to make you a moderator. If you don't want the wrench, just let me know, Can't Get Right. If you don't want the wrench, and I'll take it back. But I got to show you just how much I appreciate you. I'm making you a moderator. I really appreciate you, Can't Get Right. Once again, I made you a moderator. If you don't want the wrench, just let me know and I'll take it back. But I got to show my appreciation to you, Can't Get Right. Really appreciate you. Now, what I'm going to do in this demonstration, What I'm going to do in this demonstration, I'm going to let you all, everybody on the replay gang and everybody in the chat, I'm going to let you all tell me how y'all feel about his sister. All right. Let's get into Jarvis's sister testimony.
It's dark green. He's my brother.
Okay. And how old is Jarvis Butts?
42.
And do you know his birthday?
Yes.
When's his birthday?
November 21st, 1982.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
I saw him walking in.
Okay. And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
He has on, I believe it's dark green shirt. He's sitting behind the lady to the side of you.
And your Honor, with the record reflected when it says identified the defendant in this case?
So reflective. And just to be clear, you said I saw him walking in. You saw him when you were walking in or when he was walking in?
When I was walking in just now.
And I just want everybody to focus in on her facial expressions. All right. Appreciate you for pulling up with us. To God we owe. We got a new subby. Shout out to Toot. We got a new subby from Toots. Can I get everybody to give To God we owe a warm welcome? And a big shout out to Toot. Sheila says, Brother Rock, you can't possibly believe that. Them evil people get away with red rum. Sean says, I don't believe she has nothing to do with it. I think sister was confused. She called detectives to give them information. Talk to me, Sheila B, before I get back to Jarvis' sister. Talk to me.
Hey, Rock,
What's going on,
everybody.
Sheila B?
Life, baby, life. Um,
Appreciate you for pulling up.
yes, I must. I have to. This is a real serious situation, and it hits my heart real heavy. It makes my heart real heavy.
I just want everybody to focus in on her facial expressions. All right. You got to close out your
Oh,
tabs.
wait a minute.
Shout out to Toot. We got a new subby from Toot. Can I get everybody to?
Am I okay now?
Say something.
Am I okay now?
Yes, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah. I'm looking at Jarvis's sister, and I just don't get, that she in any way is gonna ride for her brother. I don't get that from her. She looks hurt. She looked like, her facial expression to me looks like you done did this again. Now look what you done. So looking at her, I just can't, really feel or say that she, is playing the role or any of that. You know, I don't know how much sense I'm making, but I just don't think that. What I do think is she feels bad about seeing what she saw and didn't say anything sooner, you know? And
Let me
so I
ask you.
believe.
Let me ask you this, Sheila. Do you believe when she said that she saw NAZIYAH? Well, she saw this little girl in and out of Jarvis's truck. She asked Jarvis, "Who's the little girl?" Jarvis said, "Oh, that's King's niece." Do you believe that that was it? She just stopped at that?
I know she didn't believe it because if she knows her brother, she didn't believe it. Like I said before, the expression I get from her is, "You done it again." You know, I just really, that I'm gonna stand on that.
let's move on to some more, and I'm gonna come back to you. Let me run it to him.
Okay.
And Ms. Butts, where did you know Jarvis to work?
Uh, he worked at a shop on Warren and Neff, called Frank's, and then he moved to a shop on Hopper and Connors. I don't know the name of it.
And Ms. Butts, do you remember talking to Detroit police back on February 26th, 2024?
Yes,
And what's the reason that you went and talked to Detroit police?
I had reason to believe that um, I saw NAZIYAH.
Tell me about that. What makes you believe that you saw NAZIYAH on the day she went missing?
Where do you want me to start? It's a lot.
So, from the very beginning, where is it that you think you saw NAZIYAH?
At the shop on Harbor and Connors.
Okay, and whose shop is that?
My brother Jarvis Butts and his partner.
Okay. What's the reason you were at your brother's shop that day?
Something was wrong with the car that I was driving, and I just needed him to check it out to make sure it was safe for me to drive.
Do you recall about what time did you go to Jarvis's shop that day?
About 4 p.m., give or take a few minutes.
Okay, and around what time did you leave?
Somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
Okay. And what is it that you noticed while you were at the shop?
So it's a two car, like garage. So I was sitting outside of the shop in my car because they were working on another car on the inside. As I sat there for the time that I was there, I kept seeing a little girl get in and out of his truck, going to the gas station and going back to his car.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you right there. Whose car are we talking about?
My brother.
Okay, and what kind of car was it?
I believe a Cadillac Escalade.
Okay, do you remember what color?
Kind of like a pearl white, off white cream color.
Okay, and you said you described this as a two garage shop?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to approach with people's exhibit 7.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Butts, do you recognize what is it we're looking at in people's exhibit 7?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That is the shop.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
And where at were you parked when you saw someone getting in and out of Jarvis's truck?
In front of the car door of the garage right here. I was parked facing the garage. I was on my butt outside.
Okay, so you were kind of parked parallel with the road?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you draw a T where your truck was?
My car?
Yeah, your car was.
Can I?
Yes. And then put an arrow the way you were facing. And where is it that Jarvis's truck was? Just put a J where Jarvis's truck was. And what way was his truck facing?
It was facing our direction, so the front was
towards you. Okay, so put an arrow for that direction.
Now, let me just slide in. Now, it's mixed feelings when it comes to Jarvis' sister. Many believe that she felt bad. Many believe that she felt bad and she, realized that She could have done more. Many of you all think that Jarvis's sister is sincere, but then many of you feel the opposite, like she don't feel guilty.
Mhm.
It's more to it. Let me grab this real quick, y'all. Hello, Mandy. Welcome. I'm loving the vibe in this chat. I think I hear a Baltimore accent too. Yes, yes, yes. Let me take a quick commercial break and let me send a big shout out to everybody from my hometown of Baltimore. Baltimore in the building. Baltimore in the building. Let me send this out to all of my Baltimore folks. We will be right back. I'd like to place an order. Yeah. Hey, let me get a chicken box and a half and half. All right, good looking out. I'd like to place an order. Yeah. Hey, let me get a chicken box and a half and half. All right, good looking out. A chicken box, a half and half when I'm switching lanes. Switching lanes. A chicken box, a half and half when I'm switching lanes. When I'm switching lanes. A chicken box, a half and half when I'm switching lanes. When I'm switching lanes. A chicken box, a half and half when I'm switching lanes. When I'm switching lanes. A chicken box, a half and half when I'm switching lanes. I'm switching lanes. A chicken box, a half and half when I'm switching lanes. But before we get started with this demonstration, let me read my copyright. Younger females like older men. So my smoothie is going to consist of switching lanes. A chicken box, a half and half when I'm switching lanes. I'm switching lanes. A chicken box, a half and half when I'm switching lanes. A chicken box and a half and half for all of my folks from Bodymore, Murderland. Park Heights 21215 is definitely in the building. Now, as I said before, it's mixed feelings when it comes to his sister. All right? How I feel about the sister, I feel as though if the sister knows Jarvis's MO, she knows his get down, she knows that he is a serial child R word. She sees this little girl in and out of his truck. She know his get down. She asks him, "Who's the little girl, Jarvis?" In return, Jarvis say, "Oh, that's just King's niece." Why did she just stop at that? Why she didn't ask Jarvis, "Well, what is King's niece doing in and out of your truck?" Come in, Sheila.
Good question. However, at the moment, not knowing that this baby was going to end up, you know, um, unalive, you know, I'm thinking like she kind of felt what was up, but then probably thought like it probably could be King's niece and it could be the other way around. But I don't think she would get up here in front of the judge and point out every, little point that from the time she saw Naziah up until when she found out she was unalive. I don't think she would sit there and say all of what she just said. She put his neck on the chopping block there.
Let me slide in. I'm not blaming his sister. And let me just say this, because if you feel like I'm blaming his sister, oh well. And I'm tired of No, 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 not you, not you, not you. I'm tired of having to constantly keep repeating myself. I'm not,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking to you, Sheila. I'm not blaming Jarvis' sister. What I'm saying is, I believe what she's saying is bullshit. All right? Now, there's all kind of women, okay? You got all kind of women that's out here. You got the quiet type women, the women that don't bother nobody, the women, you know, that's real laid back. You got the rowdy type women. Jarvis' sister, that's why I said I want y'all to pay attention to her energy. Pay attention to her energy. Ain't nothing quiet about Jarvis' sister. Ain't nothing laid back about Jarvis' sister. Jarvis' sister is with the shits. You can bet that. That's why she went back and asked King, who was the little girl. All right? Now, you can sit up here and let Jarvis' sister pull the wool over your eyes. That's on you. I can't prevent that. But all women are nosy. And I said this before. All women are nosy. By nature, y'all nosy. Not only are y'all nosy, it's a thing that y'all have called woman's intuition, or however you pronounce it. Ain't no way in the world a woman going to stop at asking no man one question. Y'all ain't doing it. Y'all not doing it. I'm going to tell you what y'all do. Y'all going to ask that question. And then when that man answered that question, y'all nosy asses is going to want to know more. Huh? Sure. Sure, y'all nosy asses is going to want to know more. You're going to follow up. Here's the follow-up question to her brother. Well, if that's King's niece, then what is King's niece doing in and out of your truck? Look at her facial expression. Check the temperature. Just check the temperature on the sister. I'm going to play it. Watch. Watch. She's a smart ass. She's a smart aleck. You know what I mean? She one of them type female. Like I said, you got all type of women. Now y'all funky asses can come for Shank Rock if you want to. Now I ain't saying all women are like this, but if as a woman and your funky ass want to fall in that category, I'm gonna open up the door and let your funky ass come in. Because what I ain't gonna do is I ain't gonna let no woman bully me. How about that?
I hear you, brother.
How about that part? And y'all funky asses come for me on the replay game. And even if y'all funky asses want to come for me in that goddamn chat, y'all funky asses got me up all night, I'm gonna be on one. You can't tell me. You can't tell me that that sister ain't nosy. Why did she follow her to the store? She claimed, I never even saw her face. Well, what happened when y'all went in the store? Well, when we went in the store, she went left and I went right. So when she went left, you couldn't see her face? No. Well, how in the hell you know that was NAZIYAH? If you never saw her face, you never
No.
saw NAZIYAH's face, how you know it was NAZIYAH? You know your brother get down. If my sisters see me and they know my get down, they already know what I'm up to. She already knew what he was up to. You got this little girl in and out of your truck, Jarvis. Wait a minute, something ain't right. You mean to tell me Jarvis' sister never said nothing to NAZIYAH? That's cat. That's cat. Let me get to Jarvis' sister. Let me just get to her. Watch her. Watch her facial expressions. Watch how she gets upset. Huh? Watch how she getting ready to get upset.
girl that you see getting in and out of his car?
I saw her, as she was walking. I never saw her face.
How you know it was NAZIYAH?
Did you see any clothing?
I did.
Okay. Did anything about the clothing stick out to you that you remember?
I just remember her having on a colorful jacket.
Okay. And what door, which side do you remember seeing her getting in and out of Jarvis's truck, or did it change?
I don't really remember.
Okay, that's okay. So you said you mostly remember a jacket, a colorful jacket.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you it's marked as People's Exhibit 2, which is already admitted, and People's Proposed Exhibit 10. You understand my approach?
Yes.
Handing you what's marked as People's Exhibits 2 and 10. Okay. Do you recognize anything in those photos?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
Right here, this jacket.
And for the record, you're pointing up in channel 1, and you recognize this like pink colorful jacket?
Yes.
Okay. And that's in People's Exhibit 10? Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 10 as Exhibit 10. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you saw that day?
Yes.
I move for the proposed People's Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 10.
Okay. And in People's 2, is that also where is the what you recognize People's Exhibit 2?
It looks like channel 2 here, maybe.
Okay, facing the back?
Yeah.
Okay. And you recognize the jacket in this photo too, right? Yes.
It's a little blurry, but it looks the same.
Okay. What about in channel 1 of Exhibit 2?
It would be this one right here.
Okay, and it's fair to say that's the back of a jacket? It seems to be the back of a jacket? Okay. Thank you. And you said that you saw this little girl with this jacket on getting in and out, going into the gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know who this little girl was at the time?
No.
Okay. Is there a time that you ever get out of your car?
Yes.
And what do you do?
I needed to use the restroom, so I asked his partner if I could use the restroom. He told me to go and tell him in the gas station. And as I was walking towards the gas station, she was walking in front of me going into the gas station.
Okay. So about how far in front of you was she?
I would say maybe where the gentleman in the gray blazer is behind you. Maybe a little bit further, I'm not really sure, but about that distance.
From where you are to him?
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
And I'm gonna let you slide in, Sheila.
Okay.
Demond, wait a minute, Sheila. Demond says, if y'all hear the woman on Tuke's show that Jarvis great and tried to pimp her out, Tuke asked her if anyone would know that she was in that house. And she said, his sister will know, period. I appreciate that, Demond, and I hope I pronounced your name right. Make sure y'all go check out Tuke's work. Whoop, there it is. Slide in, Sheila.
And again, I say this court appearance happened after the fact of Naziah's unaliving. And also, I'm sure you're right about her being with the shit. Also, I'm going to say, if she didn't think that Naziah was in immediate danger at that moment in time, She couldn't have known that she was going to end up unalive, too. This came, this court appearance came after Naziah was unalive. I catch my breath from a little old shank.
You good?
And so, and this is just my opinion, is that this woman feels bad because of the fact that she didn't know that this baby was going to be in the position that she's in now. And yes, she knows her brother is a pedo. And that's probably why it's hurting her to sit up on that stage and know that she saw that baby that day and didn't say anything. But I just don't get that she knew what was going on or what was about to happen, and now she's trying to clean up her behind. I don't get that. I get
Right.
that
Let,
after everything that went down, now we're in court.
let,
Now
let,
I
let, let,
know. I'm
let me
sorry.
just slide in because I want to acknowledge. Appreciate this super sticker, Lisa. Appreciate you becoming a new member, Islia. Here's the thing with the sister. The sister knows his MO.
Mhm.
Now, take it. I'll give it to the sister. The sister may not knew that she was going to come up unalive, but the sister knew Jarvis's MO. So whether the sister knew Naziah was going to come up unalive or not, she knew chances are my brother is going to inappropriately touch this little girl. So let's take the unaliving off the table. Okay? I can believe that she didn't know that Naziah was going to come unalive. I get that part. But then you still have to say, you his sister, you know his MO, you know he ain't had no business being around that little girl. That little girl was unprotected around him, and you should have shut it down. You should have stopped it. That's a different story if it wasn't his sister.
You and
It's,
I, Shank, would have done that. You and
it's
I
a
would have
because
done that.
hold tight for a minute. I'm gonna let you come in. It's a difference if it was just a plain Jane or whatever and didn't know her. That's her brother. My sisters know my get down. Now
Mm.
my sisters don't know everything that come along with me, but my sisters know my get down. If you got a brother, you know your brothers get down. All sisters know they brothers get down. Now, Jarvis's get down is he is a serial. He's known to inappropriately touch these little kids. That's a known fact. He done time for it. So when she seen the little girl in and out of the truck, she was supposed to have shut it down. Nothing more, nothing less. No, well, none of that. Now that's a different story if his get down is selling drugs and she see grown men and women standing in line ready to cop from him. It's a different story if he's a stick-up boy and she see him outside of a establishment. It's a different story if he's a stepper. It's a different story if he's a booster. It's a different story. But when it's inappropriately touching children, you shut that shit down. I don't care who it
Exactly.
is. And I'm gonna let you come in, Sheila. She was supposed to have shut it down. She was supposed to step to that little girl and said, "Little girl, what is your name? Little girl, why are you in and out of my brother's truck? Little girl, where's your parents at? Little girl, what are you doing here?" She was supposed to step to Jarvis if it's King's niece. What in the hell is she doing in and out of your truck? She was supposed to went to King and said, "King, what the hell is your niece doing in and out of my brother's truck when you know my brothers get down? Huh? Huh? Come on. Same way with this, same way with this this newbie, the demonstration that I showed today with the girl who traveled 15 hours from Georgia to come to Detroit to get with Shannon and Marquita, and she claims that she's been sitting on this vital information, but she says that I'm going to wait till after the verdict. Man, stop playing with Shank Rock. Stop playing with Shank Rock. It's nowhere in the world that she gonna tell me. It's nowhere in the world that you can convince me that this woman got this information from Shannon. Shannon told her. Now Shannon don't know this woman from Adam or Eve. Now Shannon going to reveal to her that she know where NAZIYAH's body is at. Why would Shannon do that?
That's a bunch of bull.
On this video, she been sitting on this information since February or March, but she don't want to turn it over to the law enforcement. She's sitting on it. Get out of it. Can't play on Shank Rock's face. You can't play in Shank Rock's face. We are talking about a little girl. And I don't know how any of y'all feel about little kids. But when it comes to little kids, I don't care who you is. You shut that shit down. And his sister should have shut it down. And I stand on that. Now y'all funky asses can come for me on the replay game because I know y'all funky asses is. But make sure when y'all come for me on the replay game, make sure y'all come for me for what I just said. Jarvis' sister was supposed to have shut that shit down right then and there. Come on in, Sheila.
I agree 100% plus some with you, Shank. However, we don't know what her frame of mind was at the moment because,
I
like
ain't
I said,
buying it. I ain't
earlier,
buying it. I ain't buying it. I ain't
the
buying it.
the baby was unalive, and that woman
I
sat there full of
love,
guilt. I'm looking at her, and
love,
she
love you,
more
love,
emotions than
love you to
even
death.
her grandmother and Auntie Shank. I
Love you to
agree. She
love you to
should have
death,
shut it
Sheila.
down.
Love you to death, Sheila. I ain't buying it. She was supposed to shut it down.
And that's true. I feel the way you feel. But not everybody think like we think. She
I
should
ain't
have done
buying
a
it.
whole lot of shit.
I ain't
And
buying
I
it.
agree with that. And as
I ain't,
far as the little girl who claimed to be sitting on some information, I think all that's a bunch of bullshit as well. I think that it got a lot to do with some of Jar or one of his baby mamas who's trying to save Jarvis's ass. You best believe the feds ain't sitting back. And you know they watch everything. They ain't sitting back and let this girl wait till after no damn verdict. Come on. We know they smarter than that. But back to JB's sister. I'm gonna stand on how I feel, Shank, like you. I don't disagree with nothing about how you feel, but I just feel how I feel. And that woman is about kicking her own ass. And if you ask me, Jarvis about done touched her before. And yes, he should have went from that point of saying, nah, something don't look right, something ain't right. But she didn't do it at the time because Naziah didn't look like she was in distress or she was brought there against her will. And then hearing of the relationship that they had, of course, she gonna think this motherfucker is a piece of work, you know? But damn, he out here in everybody's face with it. Now, if it had been me and saw that immediately, 911, come check this situation out. She didn't do it. And I guarantee you, she feel like a lump of shit because she didn't do that. We all go with the shoulda, coulda, wouldas. And when you feel like you just didn't do what you should have done, and later on the bullshit hit the fan, you feel like shit. You feel like, damn, I probably could have saved that baby's life. And I bet you that's how that woman feeling.
Appreciate this super chat, Lisa. Lisa says all involved need charges. There are also charges for tampering with a body, even if you didn't unalive the victim. Slide in, Mel.
Salute Shank and everybody else that's on the panel. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see the names. But
Yes, ma'am.
hi,
I said hi.
hi.
I'm sorry.
Shay, you was holding it down. Coming to uh, dang, I'm sleepy, so that's why I can't think. Oh, Jarvis' sister. I spent 3 nights listening to her testimony, and then I looked at it. So there's some definitely key things. I think I'm still now stuck at to her testimony was all about proving that she saw NAZIYAH. And if you listen to most of the people, even the other girl out of Ypsilanti, everybody is identifying NAZIYAH with the little colorful jacket. It's all about that jacket, that colorful jacket. Um, but um, I think you're talking to Sheila, right? When you
Yeah.
begin to see Jarvis's sister get upset, she's getting upset because she didn't expect the prosecutor to ask her questions from the statement that she gave the police. So she got twisted because the testimony that she's giving here is not matching what she gave the police. So the prosecution starts it, and then the defense intensifies it, and then it goes back to the prosecutor. And there's a time during her testimony where an attorney from the prosecution and the defense go outside together. See, what she's doing is trying to, and I don't know why. That's why I keep saying a lot of stuff happened on January the 9th. It was just everything happened on that day. But for some reason, I just can't figure out why did she feel the need to prove that she saw NAZIYAH even though she never saw her face. Was that actually NAZIYAH? Is King lying? But I had put I'm not gonna be long again. I had put in the chat earlier if you remember the movie For Color Girls. Y'all remember that movie?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now remember Whoopi Goldberg was like this, like, I don't know, this overbearing Christian mom. So she had the one daughter, that, had some issues. But remember the youngest daughter, remember what happened to her?
Mm-hmm.
You remember what happened to her?
Yes.
And where she went?
To get
To
that. Mm-hmm.
no, to an old black lady in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
So I think with Shane kind of driving the what the judge said about the mechanic backyard, that like, first of all, I never heard of that. But number two, you would have to be a woman to be able to do that. And I'm just gonna digress from there.
Appreciate this super chat, Tanya. Great demonstration, Shank. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Do you
Come
do
on,
you
that
understand?
Lisa.
Do you understand what I'm saying, Shane?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Hey, Solution. Hey, fam.
Hey, hey,
I
hey.
just, I just, at times try to put myself in the sisters' shoes because we can't choose who our sisters and brothers are and in their actions. Um, I kind of think that At what you say shut the ish down, but at what point? Because my heart goes out for Naziah, but shut the ish down. That is way before Naziah. Shut it down is the birth of all these children. Naziah is older, but I, as a woman and as a sister, and as somebody who's just human, I think that she's been going through something where she took a blind eye way before Naziah.
I ain't buying it. I ain't buying Lisa, love you to death. I ain't buying it.
See, Saint, how you think she felt about him bringing? She didn't know all their names, all these children, and
Lisa, Lisa,
don't you think she would choose?
I ain't buying it, Lisa.
Saint, you know what? You just a funky ass. You know what I'm saying?
And I
I'm
got
trying.
to I
I'm
got
trying to help. I'm trying to help things out. You know.
I got to be a funky ass. And I'ma
I
stand
want
in my
to.
funky ass truth. And
But Saint,
your
that's
your your funky ass got my panel echoing. Close out some of your tags.
let's see how I do this. Oh boy. Oh lordy. Let me
One,
see.
two,
Let me
one, two,
see.
1, 2. Yes. Let me put you on mute. 1, 2.
Okay.
Okay, that,
Is it all
yeah,
right?
it's still
Is it all right now? Hmm.
1, 2. 1, 2. Is it
Lisa,
echoing?
Lisa,
Yes.
Lisa.
Let me let me just put her on mute. Just let me put y'all on mute for a minute and see if that fixes it. See, this is what I'm saying, okay? This is what I'm saying, all right? When it comes to Jarvis's sister, all right? I'm not blaming Jarvis's sister for what happened to Naziah. I'm blaming Jarvis's sister for not shutting it down. Listen to me. Listen to me. Whether you are a street person, whether you are a 9 to 5 person, whether you are a religious person, regardless, whatever walk of life you may be, there are just some things you're not gonna tolerate. You're not. In this situation, Jarvis's sister, that's his big sister. Jarvis's sister knows Jarvis very well. When Jarvis' sister seen the girl later on that she identified as Naziah, when she seen Naziah in and out of that truck, she got nosy. If she didn't get nosy, she wouldn't have never asked Jarvis, who's the little girl. She asked Jarvis, who's the little girl? Jarvis tell her, oh, that's just King's niece. No woman is going to stop at that. Even if Jarvis's get down wasn't inappropriately touching little girls. Even if Jarvis could have been the pastor of the church. Jarvis could have been, quote unquote, a good brother. She still would have asked him, well, why that little girl in and out of your truck? Now, flip the script. Jarvis is a known pedo. And you mean to tell me she gonna stop at that? What I'm saying is, Jarvis' sister was supposed to have shut it down right there. This is what I mean by shut it down. Once Jarvis told his sister, that's just King's niece, she should have said to Jarvis, well, what in the hell she doing in and out of your truck? But Shank, she might have been scared of Jarvis. I ain't buying that. Because one thing that I know, whether you win, lose, or draw, you're going to shut ish down. When we was growing up and people was bullying us and picking on us, what was we taught? Stand up to the bully. Whether the bully beat you up or not, stand up to the bully. Because when you stand up to the bully, After you stand up to that bully, you ain't gonna have no more problems out of that bully. Chaotic says, I agree with you, Shank. Hate to say it, laughing out loud. I think the sister is angry with Jarvis, embarrassed, and feels bad for not shutting it down. And
My
that's the
point.
whole
My
nut
point.
in the show. She's mad, she's upset because she knows she was supposed to. I gotta put y'all on mute. All right? I gotta put y'all on mute. She should have shut it down. And can't nobody convince me that the sister is, perfect. Whoop de woo 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 woo. She was supposed to shut it down. That's just like anybody. When something is going on, you gonna shut it down. She upset. She hurt because she know I was supposed to shut that shit down. How many times we been in situations when we were supposed to shut the shit down? Somebody come in.
Shane, I know she should have shut it down, but I still stand that I believe before NAZIYAH she took a blind eye because he did something to other children, his own. That's all I'm saying on that aspect. And I just want to know when the lady asked Shannon what are the afternoon activities, she never said the shop. And my thing is, how is it that Jarvis is so comfortable having that girl, that baby, after school all the way, what was it like? Well, the sister left at 6 and they went to the lady house around 8. How is it he's so comfortable having her all them hours and she just as comfortable like it's normal? I just don't, it's just something very wrong with that and something very strange that her and Shannon, in my opinion, probably wasn't cool. That young girl called Shannon during the day while she was in school. I don't think it was a normal conversation. I think she was telling her stomach hurt because the sister saw her coming. How many times do a person go to the gas station to go to the bathroom? Why does she keep running from the
Let
truck?
me let me slide in. Yeah, yeah. Jarvis' sister is the blame. All right. Yeah, Jarvis' sister is the blame. Anything else? Now, I already told you she was supposed to shut it down. Now, if you want to take that and flip it to she's the blame, then so shall be. I ain't gonna play with y'all tonight. My funky ass, along with y'all funky asses, got to be up all night long. I'm moody, so I ain't got time to play with y'all. Now, if that's what you want to take out of what I said, fine. But I already said she was supposed to have shut the shit down. And that's why she feel the way she feel. Now, if you want to flip it and take it and run with it, take it and run with it. Can't convince me that she wasn't supposed to shut the shit down. That's why she mad. What we gonna do? We gonna keep playing with this. We gonna keep playing and keep letting people off. Kim Worthy. Let me tell y'all something. Kim Worthy is letting Shannon and Miss Annette off the hook. Correct? Kim Worthy was supposed to
That
call out Miss Annette and Shannon, but she didn't.
they ain't finna let that.
That's true, Shane. That's true.
There's
That is
more
true.
and heard. Think that
I
ain't
think they
that.
need. I think they need to ping. I'm going to break go down, y'all. I love y'all, but I think they need to ping some phones. God
Appreciate you.
bless y'all. God bless y'all. I love y'all.
Love you too.
Bye.
Think that- Can I talk?
Come on.
Shank, I feel you. Don't get me wrong. Man, I feel you. And you are 100%. And I'm gonna keep saying that too. But not everybody think at the moment the same way. That woman went and asked because she knows her brother Stilo. I'm sure of that. And you could you
That's what
right.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
However, this all came
Wait.
after the fact. Now she should have been there thinking, okay, let's say he did her before, he touched her before. And she's sitting there thinking, okay, my brother say this is King's niece. Now, do I go ask King? Do this child look like she don't want to be here? Is my brother telling the truth or not? Yeah, she should have went on and shut that shit completely down. If you have to ask yourself more than one time, does this feel right? It must not be right.
Can I ask you a question? Let me just ask you a question on that. So, because basically what I'm hearing is that because she didn't know that what the outcome was going to be, she was okay with him assaulting her. She was okay with that. But because she wound up unalive, now it changes the narrative. Is that what you're saying?
Never said that.
But okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. It just kind of seems like you're saying that she's reacting after the fact because she didn't know what was going to happen. But if she already know his get down, as long as she was there and he was just, because a person, a pedophile, when they have their victims and they're in a situation like that where they're in a whole nother place, that victim is not a victim to them. That it was a whole different situation. But I'm saying all of that to say, even if she did not know what the outcome was, the very first thing was it was wrong in the beginning when she saw her in the truck. So you followed her to the store because she's been observing this for some time. She didn't just pull up, according to her. She was observing this, but she never observed Jarvis and King coming out and having to push the truck to the pump to get gas in it. Like all of these things were happening. That's why I say it's a lot of stuff happened on that day. That is a big significant part of King's testimony. And his testimony to me is the most believable. But I think it's just the whole situation about NAZIYAH and, like his recollection of seeing it may be a little foggy to me. Because I hadn't even got to the point where I just didn't even think that they saw her on the ninth. It just seems like, that people was just saying they saw her, but they really didn't see her. They could have been seeing anybody. But the sister, once she decided to get out of her car and follow her into the store, her own words, I would have said, hey, look, girl, how you doing? Where your mom at? How you know Jarvis? Oh, how do you know my brother? Like, that's just normal questions, you know, for all of the time of observation that she did. But I don't buy the fact that, well, she didn't know the outcome, but at the end of the day, I guess going back to Shane's point, she should have shut it down in a bit when she very, very first saw it, if you know his get out, period. Where is the girl mom at? Somebody need to call this mom and come pick this girl up because y'all up here working. What's she doing up here? It's cold outside. It's raining. Like, there's a lot of things that could have happened, but you can tell she knows because she was already inquiring. And to the fact that then I think at one time, she started calling around. So yeah, she's definitely nosy. She was doing detective work and all that. Um, she say, before all of this stuff even came out. But to me, I just felt her testimony was to make it clear that NAZIYAH was at that shop that day. But I don't know. I just don't think it was that day. I just don't.
And let me grab this. Nubian says it's crazy how they all said they saw her, but no one had an actual one-on-one with her. They didn't care enough. Like, come on, y'all. Jarvis's get down. I mean, like I said, hey, some things, you know, you're going to turn a blind eye. You see a man and a woman in this relationship prior, but a little kid, you see a 12-year-old little girl with a known pedo by herself. It's not his child. It's a different story if it was one of his daughters. It's a different story. But you seen her with a known pedo. You ask him, "What? Who's the little girl?" "Oh, that's just King's niece." All right, come on. You gonna shut it down? It's no in betweens. It's no getting around it. That's part of our problem today. When we should shut ish down, we don't. Now, some situations, I get it. I get some situations. But my brother is a known pedo, and a little girl is in and out of my brother's vehicle, I'm shutting it down. I'm very peaceful and I'm very humble. I am. But when I have to take a stand, I'm shutting it down. I'm the opposite. I'm going to shut that down. Yo, what the F? You got this little girl, go home. I'm on one for real. I'm on one. She should have been on one. It's just come with the territory. Certain things come with the territory. I mean, but let me just get back to a little bit more of her. Watch her facial expression. Watch her facial expression. Watch how she get caught up and watch how she respond.
I'm really bad at estimates.
20, 25 feet.
Yeah, I would agree with about 20, 25 feet. And you said you never got a chance to see this little girl's face.
No.
Was there anything else
How you know it was NAZIYAH if you never got a chance to see her face?
about her that you can remember?
I just remember her being kind of small, like outside of just seeing her get in and out of the car.
But she's supposed to be pregnant. Now, the math ain't adding up. She's small, but she's supposed to be pregnant.
When I was walking towards her, I was like, she's tiny, and I just remembered the code.
Okay. Tiny, like in what way? Like tiny, skinny, short?
Kind of skinny and short.
Okay.
But she never added on that she was pregnant as well. Now, could it have been that she had something over her, protecting to show that she wasn't pregnant? I don't know.
And did you ever ask Jarvis who the little girl was?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He told me, and I can't remember if it was this exact word or he said it is my partner's niece, or he said it was King's niece.
Okay, but you knew who he was referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Did you think anything of it at the time?
No.
Okay.
Stop right there. Now, you don't think nothing of it. Somebody make this make sense. You don't think nothing of it that your brother tells you King's niece is in and out of his truck. You know it's get down. Listen to me, y'all, and then I'm going to stop ranting. All right? I'm going to stop ranting after I say this, because y'all don't listen to the old man anyway. All right? You got to make this make sense. She knows her brother's get down. Let me be more specific. She knows her brother lifestyle. She knows that her brother has already done 8 years. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. She knows her brother done 8 years for inappropriately touching a little girl. Correct? Now she sees this little girl. She asks her brother. Her brother says, "That's my partner's," or that's King's niece. And she stopped at that. Now you mean to tell me y'all still say she shouldn't have shut it down? You mean to tell me that, well, she probably wasn't thinking that they were going to unalive her? Well, was she thinking
I'll
that?
tell you, it's completely to the lane that I can't even get over on, because that ain't what I said, and it ain't what I'm saying.
I'm not saying you,
If
Sheila. Sheila,
whole,
Sheila. You're not the only one that's disagreeing with me, Sheila.
I ain't disagreed
No,
now.
no, no.
You
Sheila, I'm not talking to you. In other words, you're not the only one.
never sound like it, but okay.
Oh, I ain't gonna do this with you, Sheila. Let me take this super chat. I'm gonna go on mute. Appreciate this super chat, Chen. Jarvis' sister was more concerned about her car than the girl coming in out of the car. Appreciate that super chat, Chen. I'm gonna let y'all come in. Come on in. Come on in, Sheila.
Well, again, I just am repeating myself over and over. I agree with you, and we all go down the lane of shoulda, coulda, or woulda, coulda, shoulda. You know, we all went down that lane. However, we think like we think, and other people think like they think. And hell yeah, if I was there, ain't no way that little girl would have got back in that truck after she went in the gas station. Cause I would have been grilling her. She would
Ooh.
in my car, and I would have had to drop her off at home. That's how that would have worked. Even if I forced her to do it. No, you ain't supposed to be with my brother. Let's go. I'm taking you home. Should,
Ooh.
coulda, or woulda, shoulda, coulda. All
Ooh.
I'm saying. You
Let me
know.
let me
Um,
let me go let me go back to let me go back to the sister, yeah. Ooh.
And what is it that made you think something? Was there a time where you thought something different?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it that made you think something different?
I received phone call, well, a video call from one of his kids' mom, and she told me about some things that happened on Valentine's Day, and then she sent me a video of a podcast about my brother.
Okay, and what did you do as a result of receiving those things?
I called Shannon and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay,
mm,
and who's the Shannon that you called?
His kid's mom.
Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. Um, do you do anything before you go and talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you do?
Okay, so after having a conversation with Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, um, I was informed that his partner King, I guess something happened where the
Objection, this is hearsay.
There's not a statement yet, Judge.
Being informed.
I'm not sure what she's even about to say.
Okay, just to the extent that it's informed of someone else's statement.
You might have to object in a couple moments.
You need to speak up.
If you could stand up
Please.
and make your objection.
Yes, just objecting to the fact that she was informed of something. It appears this might be hearsay, but we'll see.
Yeah. Could you finish what you were saying? I don't know where you were going with this.
I'm trying to remember where I left. Okay, so after talking to Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed of some things that had taken place that they Valentine's Day. So they told me that his partner King.
Okay, so at this point, this is hearsay. They told me, and the lack of personal knowledge to the things that she was informed of.
Can I finish?
1 second.
What?
What is an objection?
I'm sorry.
The witness has to stop talking.
So, based on those Do you go and talk to someone else?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you go and talk to?
His partner, King.
Okay. And where is it that you go and talk to King at?
At the shop on Harbor Encounters.
Okay. And without telling me what King said, kind of describe what was your conversation about?
Well, I went to see what happened and what was going on. During that time, I told him that I had never seen any little girl at my brother's shop besides my nieces, outside of the little girl that I saw getting out of his truck that day.
Okay.
And you told this to who?
King.
Okay.
And who is King again?
His business partner.
Okay. And do you know his government name?
I believe it's Cordero or something like that. I just always call him King.
Okay. So you went and told him that you hadn't seen anyone out at the shop besides your nieces and then the one little girl you saw that one day.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask him about that little girl?
Well, I didn't ask him about it. After I said that to him, he told me.
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to be hearsay again.
Judge, it's going to go to the effect on the listener.
There could be an exception. I don't know what she's saying. So you might as well just stay standing up.
Okay.
Go ahead, say what you were saying.
After I mentioned to him that I had only saw my nieces and one particular little girl, he then told me that that was NAZIYAH that I saw that day and I was there.
So I would object then, given now that she has testified to that it is hearsay and that it is being introduced for the truth.
And Judge, I would say that it's actually a statement of identification.
Mel or Mel or Sheila, y'all want to come in?
I thought it was interesting when she said she told King that she never saw any other little girls at his shop except for her nieces. Why would she have to tell King that? It's almost like she was mentioning that as a part of like, well, when I go into the shop, I've never seen a other little girl, and that question was asked of somebody already, but I can't remember who. The prosecution asked that question. So it was all like, it was like she was making a statement, like she told King that, but King worked at the shop, so how do you know? You say you go to the shop periodically, I think she said, but so to me that's a red flag for me. That part of her testimony, when she said she told King that she'd never seen any other little, it's almost like she's saying that this is what I'm going to say. I've never seen any other little girls at the shop except for my nieces. So I think that's a red flag in her testimony as well.
Appreciate this super chat, Nene. Shank just giving his opinion and he don't believe her. I don't, y'all. I'm gonna let you come in, Sheila. Give me a minute.
So this is not an identification that she personally made. She's just being told.
I mean, she saw NAZIYAH that day, so it's.
She didn't know who it was. I mean, she had no idea who this was. That's not her identification.
So it is hearsay.
Okay. So, without saying what King said, were you informed of anything about a little girl that you saw on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Jarvis had told you that that was King's niece?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked to King, did you have reason to not believe what Jarvis told you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know your nieces from Jarvis? So, that is a poorly worded question. I am sorry. If that was your niece, would you have recognized her that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not recognize this little girl as your niece, did you?
No.
Okay.
Come on in, Sheila or Mel. Y'all hold it down for like 3 minutes. I'm gonna go get something to drink. Come on in, Sheila and Mel.
I just want to say the way that the prosecution worded that question to her, she she said, "If that was your niece, would you have known it?" She said yes. So, but and I wanted to stop there because when the defense questions her, she questions her about how many kids Jarvis has and how many she knows. So that's still, to me, I think they both tried to um, catch her up there. But go ahead, Sheila.
Well, I'm just gonna say everybody got their opinion about how it would, how it should have turned out. Um, but the proof is in the pudding, and we gonna see when we see what comes out. When this thing blows up again. I don't disagree. I totally agree, but I'm just gonna keep saying, what a lot of times what we woulda and shoulda and coulda done plays a factor in everybody's life at some point in time. Do I think that Jarvis should get off of it? Heck no. But the one person that we haven't been hearing or seeing anything about is Annette. She ain't been nowhere. Nobody's talked to her, or she ain't even been interviewed by what you call those people? What y'all call clout chasers, you know? So I say Naziah was unalived at home. They using Jarvis as the scapegoat because of his background. Them twins that's the same age, they were the ones who, if you ask me, took Naziah up out of that house, which was why Annette needed another day because they had to come together and figure out what they were going to do with that baby. So I'm just, switching lanes right now because that other lane, we all going to agree and some people gonna disagree, and that's what life is made of sometimes. However, the main subject is, how did this baby become unalive and who did it and where is she? And if you ask me, I believe that they took real drastic measures because see, this ain't nothing that's new in their family. And that guy Frank, I believe he's Italian. And what we know of Italians, when they want to get rid of somebody, they will either bury them or dissolve them. And so, right now, I don't believe we know the full extent of what really is going on until we really get to that point of, them put more out there. There's more to be seen and heard. And this ain't just about Jarvis. That day happened, yeah, it did. But what happened in the beginning of all this? Where did all this start? And it started at home, if you ask me. Now, that's just my opinion. And they're trying to end it with pinning all this on Jarvis now. Do I think he a piece of work? Hell yeah, I do. Ain't can't nobody convince me that this man ain't serial at nothing that he do. And as far as them little clout chasing little girls who interviewed the twins that's the same age, that was a setup. Ain't no way the feds don't see any of these videos. And they ain't gonna sit and watch every last one, but they gonna watch the most interesting ones. And who's been covering the story more? Shank, Miss Parker, too, and the other young man and Cold Piece. They watching y'all videos. And they see what's going on behind the scenes. That little girl with all this information that ain't gonna take it to them till after the verdict, you best believe that ain't how that shit work. It ain't working, and it ain't flying in my book. They done already had that girl in questioning her. So my point is, where did all this start? And it started at home. And the monsters that play, and who's to blame, is for maybe a more than what we know, but what I've seen, four guilty funky asses. And that's Annette, Shannon, Marquita, and Jarvis. Now, Frank, on the other hand, he probably got enough money to pay a lawyer to keep his name out of this crap. But you best believe he gonna be bought into it when it's all said and done. So I ain't no lawyer, I ain't no fortune teller, I ain't no mind reader, none of that. But I know what makes sense, and to me, what makes sense may not make sense to others, So I'm gonna leave it at that, and I pray that each and every one of them that got what's coming to them get it, because they all failed that baby. And society is failing kids everywhere, not just in that at that point, everywhere. And if people would be like Shank, Miss Parker, too, Cold Piece, the rest of Mocha, all of them, and step on the neck of the people who either committing these crimes or the people that's letting that shit fly by, like with the CPS crap, Child Protective Services, all of that. You all cover these stories that should make the people who are watching not only have an opinion, but start making steps towards righting the wrongs and what's directed towards our kids today. Because, man, our babies and our black people are suffering more than a little bit. And if you ask me, with all the floods and the burning of the woods and all that crap, is a testament that God is stumping the grounds. You know, He didn't say how any of us was gonna go, but we all know we will. We just don't know when and how. So if you really want to look at the big picture, just think about it. All the destruction that happened in Genesis and Revelations rather, and the way things are being, coming to us today by way of disease, death, drugs, destruction. All this destruction is just a testament that God is stomping the grounds. And you know why a lot of this stuff is happening? Because a lot of people don't get into that word that God tells us this, and this is how I want you to live, and I will be there. People have the lack of knowledge. It ain't the devil, it's the lack of knowledge of God. So, oh God, this thing is bigger than us. Is crazy in all kinds of ways on levels that some we can't understand. And we don't all have to agree to be telling, our truth. It's not about what we agree on. It's about what's in the pudding, the proof that's in the pudding. So we can argue and we can disagree and we can agree. But it's not like they say what you know is what you can prove.
Let me switch lanes because some of y'all didn't see this video. Um, But when y'all get a chance, go and check out Toot's commentary on this. Check out Miss Parker's commentary on this video. And also check out Cold Piece TV's commentary on this video and any other content creator that covered this video. But for those that didn't see this, let me run this. And for everybody that did see it, y'all can recap on what y'all think of this video.
Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. What the fuck do y'all mean? Shannon on the live NAZIYAH. Hold up, wait, freaky. Flag on the play. I been keeping it quiet. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't just been following the case step by step, but I just seen on my For You page. What? Jarvis said what? I'm the one who traveled 14 hours from my city and interviewed them. I'm the one that was at the bowling alley telling y'all like, hey, enough for the cameras, enough taking pictures. Yeah, cause me and my best friend was up there, and like we really on that. I don't care. Like I'm born in Detroit. I'm originally from Detroit, so y'all was being kind of super wild. But I got real raw footage, and now that I think about it, y'all, this is gonna piss me off because I kicked it with her and her sister pushed up to their house. You see what I'm saying? Pushed up to her house, and it's crazy because they was leaving out when we pulled up. See what I'm saying? And definitely kicked it with these folks from sun up to sundown. You see what I'm saying? And we talked. We chopped it up. Still being talking to these folks. Might check in with them periodically, but it's like since Jarvis said what he said, Shannon, you ain't text me back. Shannon, you ain't text me back. You ain't saying that to me. And I never cared to release because I wanted to see what the verdict was. You see what I'm saying? But it's just like, now that I'm thinking about some of the stuff you said, Shanny. Now that I'm thinking about some of the stuff you said, and then I'm thinking about, I don't play about kids, baby. I got a little girl. But now I see what Jarvis saying. Huh? Huh? Hold up. Huh? Y'all gonna have to help me put, come on, little raggedy bitch. Raggedy asshole. Y'all gonna have to help me put two and two together. Cause guess what? It's equaling folks for y'all. Y'all. Cause Shannon. Didn't you tell me you don't think Jarvis killed NAZIYAH? Didn't you tell me you knew where her body was? Didn't you tell me that? Didn't you tell me you knew where NAZIYAH's body was? Didn't you tell me that? Tell me that. After I paid for us, all of us to go bowling, after I got you about 4 shots of lemon drops. After I had, after me and my best friend had you blow your head off through a zipper. And then now I'm thinking about it like, you want to know why I got out of there? You want to know why I left? It's never no pressure on nothing. But guess what? I'm from the murder mitten, baby. I'm from the D. Nah, for real. My folks really on it. Like, really, really on it. But I'm like, damn. I'm interviewing these folks. We in the back of a building. Dude keep calling your phone. I don't know who dude is. But please believe we wasn't just two young pretty girls that wasn't ready. That wasn't on nothing. Because guess what? We came with pure intentions and we wasn't. We was just like, okay, we gonna interview these folks. But once I see we kicking it at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, we behind the bowling alley and shit, behind the casino and shit like that. I'm like, and then dude keep calling. Then y'all get to inviting us to houses and stuff. And then some of the stuff that he was saying on the phone, then you had a code. You was talking in codes. I remember that code you said. You was like both. Like if y'all, like if we looked at green or y'all was finna do something. Guess what? It was four of us in the car. It was you and your sister, and it was me and my best friend. Guess what? It would have been two bodies in there. It don't want to be in our bodies. So whatever that code meant, I don't know. I don't know what that code meant. But guess what? I caught on to a lot of stuff just looking back. Guess what? I got half of it recorded. When you until you start begging for us to cut the cameras off and you told us the real. Yeah, but Shannon, you really got me fucked up. You really got me fucked up, boo. How you doing? Good. We came here from Georgia on a whole nother note, and I just wanted to ask you about the NAZIYAH here case. How do you feel, if you don't mind? We not being rude. We don't. I just feel like I'm a mother. I'm on your side. You the sister? Yeah. You the mom? Yeah. No. How do you feel now that they're asking or they're blaming you for what's going on? Can we ask you? Are you recording? I am. You don't want me to record? Okay, no, and I want you to watch me cut it off. You gonna cut it off? And y'all wanna know what's so crazy? Shannon, I can't even say you lied to me because it's a lot that you said on and off camera, and you somewhat told me that you did it. You somewhat told me that you did it. You said you don't think Jarvis did it, and you also said, you know what?
That girl is a
I
part.
just need to, like, I don't know if I'm gonna go live, y'all, because I ain't never been live on Instagram. I mean, never been live on TikTok. I think I might as well just post the stories because I know it's gonna be like a lot of questions and stuff like that. But
What is everybody's thought? First, I'll let Mel and Sheila, if y'all want to speak on it. Now, she claims to have this vital information, but she's going to hold on to it to the verdict.
I don't believe it. She sounds stupid. She sounds like a little girl, very childish. All that playing with her hair and telling this monster that I'm a mother too, I'm on your side, and all that crap. That was a setup. It's between Jarvis, his baby mamas, or it could be a setup from Annette and the Big Back twins. That this video was put out. I don't believe not one thing this girl said. And she can't withhold evidence, first off, and then go and tell some shit after the verdict. That it don't work on nobody planet like that. So I don't believe it. Simple as that. I think she just happened to be where she was, and or either got a call saying we got to get Jarvis off this red rum case because I know he did this and did that. However, he didn't do the other thing, the unaliving. So I believe a bunch of dummies put this skit together and thought that it was gonna fly with people who have more sense than they do. Clout
Trish,
chase
Trish,
and
Trish,
Saunders.
Trisha says, if it wasn't for Toots and Miss Parker's commentary, I'm sure I would have swiped to the next video. Nene says, if she is holding info, I hope she knows she about to have charges brought up against her. Jacqueline says, Nene and travel 14 hours to say nothing. Trisha says, cuz girl, what is you saying? Girl, bye.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody check her back seat for NAZIYAH backpack. Salute Portia, because she is the flavor. I'm just saying I agree. She said nothing. She's there to clear Butt's name. How you go from doing an interview to bowling, drinking, smoking, and getting told the truth. Facts. Facts. If she really do have information, she not too bright to be threatening it online, but not saying nothing. When she talking in regards to one person who's already been unalive and missing. I was about to say that. She one of Jarvis's baby mother, traveling 14 hours for nothing and paying for everything is even dumber. Fact. Only thing she knows is how to play in your hair, F out of here, to gain their confidence. If I was her best friend, I would drive back to Georgia without her for even dragging me on that dummy mission. And that's a fact. I mean, that's facts. This was Jarvis' performance. It's like the things that people will go through for some attention. Like, like it just was really good.
The
The video,
world is coming to an end, Shank. All
you
the
right.
dumb and dumbers are coming to the forefront.
You right. The video looked staged from the start. Right. Like she just went up on Shannon and Marquita. Like, and they ain't put hands on you. I mean, can't
And
make this
the
bitch
thing
up.
is, Brother Shank, if they had been out partying the night before and all the lemon drops that they claim to have dropped up into the twins that's the same age system, the next day is what this video looked like. It looked like daytime to me. And the way the twins are playing her and even looking at her like we don't know you, we ain't never seen you before.
That's facts.
You know, this is a whole new day she put the video out. But why didn't she put a recording of all the things that they talked about on here?
That's facts.
Because it's a game being played. She playing games and she just don't know she gonna get her little ass caught up and we gonna see her on the news saying, well, I was just trying to get the truth out and help the judicial system. So yeah, no, we ain't going for that.
That's facts.
Mhm. That girl playing with her own life and she think it's funny. Who goes on the internet and have all this information and say that they do and ain't gonna be dealt with or talked to or seen, you know? The psychiatrist gonna say, nah, that little girl just crazy. She playing games because nobody in their right mind gonna do no shit like that if they trying to help a case. Oh, for the things people do for attention. Everyone. And do this girl have a page that we can go to? Do she have other videos? Or I think I remember hearing her say that she don't have TikTok and all that, or if she do, I can't remember. Because I would like to go to her
Yeah, on
page,
TikTok.
and it's probably all talking about this case, I'm sure. Because she don't look like she got enough sense to hold the audience attention. I'm just saying.
I see you, Uncle Charles. Let me let Uncle Charles slide in.
Hey, Uncle Charles.
Hey, how you doing? How y'all doing?
Grateful.
We good. We good, Uncle Charles. How you doing?
Oh man, I'm good as long as I'm on top of ground and they ain't on top of me.
There you
My
go.
man.
Man, let me say this because see now I've been sitting back listening and everybody made a great point. I just want to know how in the world can people that you don't know have much more access to your child than you do. I want to know this because wherever my child was, I was. And I was heavily involved in the schools and everything with the teachers. So my child didn't get away with anything. My daughter wore something one time. It wasn't appropriate. She ducked her head in the room. I said, no, come on, let me see. What you want? I'm finna get ready to go. I said, you gonna go in there and change clothes. And if you come out of there again looking like that, your next address will be at the strip club. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You're gonna be staying down there with them because I don't allow that. I don't want to lie to you. Now, when you turn whatever age you want to turn, you think you're grown, then you go ahead on and do what the hell you want to do. Because you're not my responsibility no more. I done raised you. I don't gave you the game. And now you need to take it and take it with you. I want to know how our children are being easily accessed. You got brothers and sisters where the sister know that their brother's a pedophile and she won't say a word. Why? Because you're just as worse as your brother. You're just as worse as he is. In fact, you even more worse. They grabbed Cupcake, that girl down here in Birmingham. They
Mm.
grabbed her. And this is what they did. The girl said, well, I took her to a party and I dropped her off for the party and I went back home. The girl that was giving the party said she didn't even know Cupcake Mama or Cupcake. What the hell is going on here? They didn't even know the child was there. So what's going on here? They all over here where I stay at, all over there not kicking in doors. When the problem is that damn mama. See, it's amazing to me. Look what you got to go through. You got to go through prenatal care. You got to go through all kinds of pains, all these things. And when the baby comes and the baby is due, all of a sudden now you want to still be young and live in the streets. Your world have changed. Get your ass back in there and raise your child. That's what
Mhm.
you need to do. See, you so hungry. I have seen mothers and daughters, best of friends, which I don't believe being my child friend. I'm their daddy.
Right.
But they mother and daughter and come from the club, same club, and they fighting over a man.
Mhm.
You and your daughter fighting. What kind of mother are you? And another sister, I know what they're gonna say. Well, he ain't talking about me. See, yeah, well, see now. Now you see here now. I wasn't talking about you, but since you open your mouth,
Mm.
God damn it, let it fall where it fall. Okay? We need to pay more attention to our children. That's the way that pedophile get hold of your child. Look
Yeah.
at R. Kelly is not in jail for what he did. R. Kelly is in jail because he's stupid. That's what he is. What the hell are
Mm.
you doing up at the high school? What the hell is you doing riding around with a girl in the car with a Dora Explorer shirt on? What the hell are
Mm.
you doing? But this was him. His brother told him. His brother said, "Man, hey man, you got out of this man to turn you free. You might change a couple things what you doing." I said, "Man, so thank God, you was able to get." He said, "God didn't get me out of jail. My attorneys did. Where
Mm.
is R. Kelly right now? Locked up. See?" He locked up. And he probably will never get out. The Pied Piper, what they call him. But do you know who the Pied Piper is? See, the Pied Piper played beautiful music, and then children followed him into the woods, and they was never seen again.
Mm-mm-mm.
That's
This is
fact.
what I'm trying to tell
True.
you. I'm trying to
That's
tell you. Let me tell you something. My daughter is 30 years old. She know what I ain't gonna put up with. If I think she's dressed appropriate, I don't give a damn if she is grown. You dressed inappropriate, and I don't like it. And I'm
Right.
like, you ain't gonna be able to come around my ass with it. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Because like I said, we raise our children. We don't just tell them about life. We got to give them the game too. We got to give them the game.
Amen.
Let me tell y'all what's scary, what's finna happen. And you ain't gonna believe this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. You're not gonna believe what I'm gonna tell you. With all these people going to jail for sexual assault, or messing with a child and all these young, watch, it's gonna come in time. They're gonna lower the age to
mm.
about 16 or 15. and now you can't even charge them for sexual charges. You can't do it because they're grown. They're 16 and 15 years old. It's coming.
That's
So be
sad.
prepared. Be prepared. Every time they move, they check on the board. You move yours. Every time. Watch
Mm.
them. You can't send them over there to their uncle house because every time he get drunk, he forget that's his nieces. He need his ass whooped. Yeah, I'm your uncle, yeah, and you need your ass beat for being my uncle. I don't play them games around my kids. They one of them grown, the other one finna be grown, and I don't play by them. I'm gonna tell you, you effing up. That's what you're doing. Pay attention to your surroundings, because if you think they ain't gonna grab your funky ass, they will. I guarantee that. I watch girls come out here when I get up in the morning with my cup of coffee. How can some of these mothers let their daughter walk out the house inappropriate like that?
Mm-hmm.
Inappropriate like that. I have seen them walk by themselves and cars be blowing their horns at them. This is what I'm talking about. Access. And that's all I gotta say. I ain't mean to take over like that, man, but it's burning in my soul. And I had to tell you. I yield back.
It's always good to hear your voice, Uncle Charles, because you talk nothing but the truth when you say the things that you say about what's going on, because we all see it. They walk in the churches dressed like they going to or just came from the club now. And the pastors are standing up there eyeing them, making us believe they looking across the congregation. So yeah, I believe you when you say that it's gonna be the age limit is gonna be dropped. Because now when they say a child can be charged as an adult at the age of what, 12,
That's right.
you know, when they start pulling that from under the rug, of course they're about to start making other dumbass changes, because look who we have running our country.
Yeah.
You know, all of that, it goes back where who we have running our country. There is no honor in the White House. They even used Obama to band-aid, what they was getting ready to do to us behind closed doors. They knew that Trump was gonna come and trump us all, but they used him to make us think we made history. So a lot of things that, we think because we see it is what it is. It's what we don't see.
Right.
And it's coming
Right.
faster than
Right.
it used to get to us,
Right.
and so yeah, it's a lot of destruction happening and about to get worse. If we keep living, we will see.
And we don't even know if we get an experiment. It's like the child Atlanta murders. You
Hmm.
know, when that went down, my mama locked us up in the house. But we didn't come outside. I don't think I saw outside for a year until they caught this fool. The,
Mm,
the thing is that we don't even know what we're dealing with. We don't know if we're dealing with a pedophile or we dealing with an experiment. See, we have to be very careful. We got to be watchful. Why are these children coming up missing and you find them and they dead? They're sexually assaulted. Why we keep finding them? It ain't no one person did all this. See, it's another hand behind all that. We got to watch our children. Let me tell you something. Once a child is being compromised, do you know they carry that with them? You
yes,
can get all the doctors you want.
thank
They
you.
see this goes. Some things go outside of a doctor. Well, you got to go and get on your knees and say, "I need you to take this away from me,
Mm,
because you're no good in relationships. If you don't let it go, you're no good for relationships. You're no good for being a mother or a wife or a husband. You're no good if you don't try to get rid of the hurt, because you carry it with you just like you carry your license with you." And at night, you got some people can't sleep for what was done to them when they was little. See,
mm,
and it's what it is. Let me tell you something. Back in the day, if we found out somebody had touched a child, then they had neighborhood justice. The police won't even come in our neighborhood. They'll find this fool off in the bushes, beat half to death. because
Yeah.
we don't play them games. But now all of a sudden, you got people coming online saying, "Free Diddy, free Diddy." What's going to free him for? Why do we need to free Diddy? Let me tell you something. Any two time you got 950 balls of baby oil. I mean, he must look. I know Johnson and Johnson is happy. I know they look, but he their main customer. You got all that. You got young people are being taken advantage of at them parties. Listen. You carry that hurt with you, and then you got to go be somebody's husband, somebody's wife. Some things go outside of a doctor. Can't no psychiatrist can fix this. Only
Right.
God can fix this.
Amen.
That's the only one can do it. And that's all I had to say.
Oh, amen, amen, Uncle Charles. Yes. Because, see, a book, text only goes so far. Experience is what goes further. You can't tell me that if I use heroin and because the doctors say, well, in 72, 74 hours or whatever, 72 hours, your system should be rid of it and you should start feeling better later. That's a lie because I've been an addict before. And it take more than a month to get your body right, your mind right, to get all of the effects out of your system, and
Mm-hmm.
then it take years to recover. So you can't, you know, piss on me and tell me it's raining. Just
Right.
ain't gonna happen. So like you said, psychiatrists, they can study the human mind, which first they go to animals and they do whatever they gonna do with them, and then they come back and feed us their truth, you know. So yeah, it takes a lot to get, you know, once you've been um violated, it take a whole lot of time to get that out your system because
Yeah.
the mental plays a part in that. And you, everyone that comes around you, especially if it was a man who did it, every man that you come in contact is going to reap what that last man did to you, because you gonna lay it, you gonna automatically, you feel like, what if he's playing with me, what if he turned around and he really ain't in love with me. Your mind play tricks on you just like you play games, you know, at the table, baby. Your mind will tell you that every man that comes around you is there for their own agenda and not there because he really loves you. I've been single, and I'm gonna tell you how I know this because I've been single for 11 years now. And every man that try to come my way, if he comes in a certain manner, and I listen to word for word and how his conversation is, if it don't suit me, switch lanes. You
Mm-hmm.
know, go move around because I'm older now, and I come from back when. And I just don't have the time to play the games no more. So I see it in the making, is what I'm saying. Before it really comes out, I can pretty much what they not predict it, but I can feel it coming. Discernment is what it is,
That's what it is. That's
you
what it
know. So my discernment is real.
is.
So like you know, you said to us, this stuff starts at home. You
That's right.
can't be going to clubs, kicking it with your kids and drinking with them, and then a certain man that catch both of y'all eye, y'all fighting and arguing over him next.
That's right.
Ain't supposed to go that way. But you got so many people who are so screwed up in the head because everybody wants to be somebody that they really ain't.
Yeah.
You got the kids who look at, certain entertainers or certain people in your neighborhood driving nice cars, wearing all the latest gym shoes and jewelry. And of course, when the little boy up the street see that, that fascinates him. And he want what you got. So either when they get older, they gonna try to take it, or they gonna try to do what you did to get it. And then that's when the lesson comes.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have everything that you see or want.
That's right.
And with what's going on in our world today, I'd rather not have any of it. It don't tickle my fancy to go and buy an outfit to look good in one day, and the designer could care less about who I am. However, one of my bills fell short because I bought that outfit.
Oh,
It's a worldly lesson, and in this new age, they just ain't getting it. And some of our older folks act just as stupid.
that's right.
They, we done lost teaching in our homes. Now these parents think, when I send my kid to school, you they mother. That's not so. Because the same thing that you got going on in your home, you best believe that teacher has too going on in their home, and it's not always pretty. But I come to teach your kids about what's going to carry them through their future, not to re raise them and give them my values and morals that come from home.
And these children, these you got to watch your young men. All your young men, you need to watch them too. And it's really bad in the church. They got. I don't believe in praise dancing. I don't know who came up with that, and it wasn't nowhere in the Bible. But these girls be dancing with them leotards, and they biscuit be hanging out. And why would you even let that happen? Why would you even let that come up in the church? Now you sitting over there, you've been drinking all night, and you half sleep and you half woke, tongue hanging all out your mouth from drinking that old false all night, and running around with them young girls, and all of a sudden now you saved by God and saved by grace. No, you keep on messing with them young girls, you're gonna be dead soon. Cause I done seen it before. We had a minister down here. You knew that girl was too young, but you didn't care. You up there 70-some years old, and she 20-something. And you don't went up there to the hotel with her until your dumb ass don't have a damn heart attack. Well, it scared the hell out of her. And she don't ran her ass up out there naked because your old ass up there, heart don't stop. Leave the young girls alone. Leave them alone. The hottest Texas Pete's hot sauce. Leave them alone. But I'm telling you right now, get in where you fit in. If you're in the 60 range, get in with the 60-year-olds. If you're in the 70-year-old range, get in the 70-year-old. You ain't got no business being 70 years old and you try to mess with a 20-year-old girl because she will eventually kill you, but not touching you. I don't see an old man hooked up to a damn oxygen tank. And them women took their clothes off and he went, and he dead. Now his ass is dead. Now you ain't got to worry about seeing no booty, no more booty, no more. We dealing with a world that sexualized our children. And we have to get in a room and we're going to have to tell them the bare facts. We're going to have to get in a room and talk to them and let them know, listen, this is what's going on out here. Like I tell my son, you think you get tried by a young lady? You'll get tried by a young man too. You'll get tried by both of them. And they're
Mm-hmm.
running around here and in the middle of the night. And another thing, what happened to the days? Like my mom, when I was little, my mama learned how to cook from her mother. And it passed down through the
Right.
generation. Now all they want is a hungry man thing. Now they don't even want to cook no more.
Pizza every day.
That's it.
Kids ain't eating no healthy meals to nourish their brains and body. You ain't eating no healthy meal. Yeah.
They're too lazy to get in there in the kitchen in there and cook something to eat for those children. But no, you want to fill them up with hot chips in the morning. A child got no business eating hot chips in the morning when they got breakfast at school. They got breakfast at school, or make them a breakfast. You can make
Right.
them a piece of toast or something.
Yes.
And then how hard is that going to be? What are you doing? Now I'm mad now. What the hell are you doing with children? What are you
Well,
doing?
all the babies got to do now is cry and throw a fit, and to shut them up, they give them what they want.
There you go. There you go. Now, when you don't give it to them and they call you an F or a B, well, don't be surprised. Cause
Uh,
see, my dad had them old man shoes from back in the day. He had them old Stacey Adams. See, a lot of people don't know about them Stacey Adams. Let me tell you something. My dad had them Stacey Adams. He throw one across the room and hit you in the top of your head. You got a concussion for 3 days. You did what you was told. My dad whooped my ass so much, I thought that was his job. Because I had the mind. We had rules and regulations. My
yes.
dad didn't care nothing about no sports. He didn't care nothing about none of that mess. All he cared about is that he had to raise 3 sons, which gonna eat everything up in that refrigerator if I don't do something about it. This is what I'm talking about. Now we turned out okay. My brother's a retired Navy admiral. My brother's a minister. One of my youngest brothers is a ordained minister, and me, I retired, and we turned out okay. And I give it all to my mom and daddy. I give it all to them. My
Hmm.
dad told me to shut up. I went over there to help him. He had heart surgery about a year ago, and people didn't know why I was helping my daddy. He told me to shut up. He told me, you need to shut, you're talking too much. And you know what I did? I shut up because that's my daddy.
Hmm. I have a daughter, Uncle Charles, who, um, in my addiction, I thought giving custody to their dad was one of the better things I could have done so I could go to treatment and get myself together. Well, that was the worst mistake that I made because in their household, which I didn't really know what was going on, but I thought because he was their dad, he would protect them with everything he had. Turned out to be very abusive. The stepmother was beating on my kids and dragging my daughter by her hair, and I find all this out when they became adults. And my son was so attached to me, and when I end up letting their dad, what I thought would do his part with them, was the worst thing that I could have done. And so now today, because they carry that anger, of why did you let me go with that man and this and that, which I never in a million years would have thought would have turned out that way. But my daughter, she argues with me about everything, and I stand up. I don't stand down to her. And finally, when she gets it that my mama ain't finna back down from this, and I better shut up now, because a couple of those times I have had to go upside her head. And being the big age that I am, I don't think that they thought I still had that strength in me.
Mm-hmm.
However, because of how they were raised with him, I end up bearing the brunt of a lot of things that they went through. And I'm not going to say it's my fault, because it's not all my fault. Now, I take the blame for some of it because had I put the drugs down and the alcohol, I wouldn't have had to do that and give their dad custody. When I went to try and get custody of my children back, his wife had done told him, that it wasn't a good idea because he was gonna have to pay child support and all that. So he listened to her and he wouldn't give them back. And finally, when my son came back home, he was 12, but they had done already bankrupt him. They would put him on punishments, and it was a privilege for them, at least that's what they told him, to be able to come see me. So here we are doing all these things to, have enough to tell the police that they not being treated right in that home. But because they had a nice house and they saw the things that, the material things, they were convinced that my son just didn't want to abide by the rules. And that was what he did and called me because they said I let him get away with what he wanted to do, which was a lie. See, I didn't feed my kids junk in the morning, and I didn't let them fall out and cry about what they wanted because it was what you gonna get right now and take it or leave it. But in his household, McDonald's every day, which they thought they was in seven heaven, going out to eat every day, all the junk that they wanted to keep them out of their faces and whatnot was what they had grown to get used to.
Right.
When it came home to me, I was the mean mama. I was the evil one because why can't they? Which was what they asked. Why can't I? And I'm one with the why can't and why this and that. I'm not that mother. I don't have to answer to your whys. So now that has carried over to my grandchildren. Everything I say to them is they come back is why. So now I'm left teaching them why it ain't a good idea to keep asking me why. So now my grandchildren know, grandma don't play the games that mama play. She ain't letting us eat Takis for breakfast or cooking dinner at 11 in the evening. And if you don't eat what I cook, then I'm going to give you something else, which is one reason why my menu is built around me and my grandkids or whoever come to my table. I know what you like. I'm not going to make you suffer because this is only what I like and you're going to take it or leave it. I try to be fair with that. They not coming up in my past. This is the future. So I try to come to a common ground with respect and teaching them to have respect for what I do or say, and try to, show them or talk to them and give them an understanding. But all that, what can I call it? Um, what's the word? Compromise. All that extra compromise with the kid, I just can't do. I can't bring myself to doing it. I give them the floor to tell me how they feel. Don't mean I have to always understand and agree with only their side because this is how they feel. But I give them that understanding that you can talk to me and tell me. And it works out for us now because I bring a lot of old school to the table. And then too, I I guess I could say I do compromise a little bit because you gotta understand them where they are too in order for you to be able to make them understand where you at, and they feel like they're being heard. But as far as when you want the way you want it and ain't no other, understanding but what I want and I want it now don't happen in my world. So I wish that I could grab a lot of these children that are learning, life backwards and teach them. But today, trying to be that part of that village ain't always safe for you now. Because a child will kill you faster than a grown up will today,
Right.
So I say what I feel like, is not stepping over their boundaries. to certain, teenagers when I hear or see something out of place. And 9 out of 10 sometimes surprises me is that I get the respect and I apologize, ma'am. But see, it's not again how you do. It's what you do. No, how it goes, not what you do, is how you do it. That's the part.
Right.
So, yeah, I just wanted to touch on that subject about how, our kids are
Yeah.
stepping out of bounds.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this in closing because I have to. You have to understand that when Lucifer was in heaven, he didn't get he didn't get thrown out because he didn't do his job. He got thrown out because he didn't want to follow God's order. But his
Mm,
name was Lucifer in heaven. But when he was sent down to earth, he was named Satan. When he got down here and he roamed the earth 6,000 years, and he's still gathering up souls. Let me tell you something. It's all right to compromise every now and then, but not to the point to where your child is a monster.
mm,
Right down there in South Carolina, down there, she knew her son was mentally ill, and he was on crystal meth and crack and all this other stuff, and she would give him money when he gone on out the house. The problem didn't come until she didn't have no more money. She explained to her son, I ain't got to my check. I get paid tomorrow and I give you the money. But in his mind, that crack in his mind tell him, no, she got the money right now. You got to give it to me, mama. And he didn't give it. She didn't give it to him because she didn't have it. And he cut her head off and sat on the back porch. This happened in South Carolina. Then up
mm.
there in New York, the mama came home and said, you need to get a job. You just can't be playing this Xbox 355, 58, whatever that is. You're going to have to get a job. Turn around and took a gun and shot her in her head. Sometimes you can build a monster and you don't even know it.
Yeah.
See, the first time they get out of pocket, you supposed to go off like you ain't even their damn parent.
Hmm.
Police come, let them come. Cause see, I'm not trying to get rid, but before I would rather do it than let somebody there on that street get rid of you, cause that would have happened. We have to set boundaries, y'all. You
Yeah.
are the parent, and what you say goes. That's it. No discussion.
Right.
That's it. You
Yep.
don't go over your mama and father word. If the clothes need washing, go put the clothes on in the thing there. If the garbage need to be taken out, you should have to let your mom and daddy tell you that. Take the goddamn garbage on out there.
Thank
My dad,
you.
he broke me up from that. I said, oh man, I don't feel like taking out no garbage. He said, son, take the garbage out. And I said, I wait till he pulled out the yard, go to work. I said, oh man, I ain't taking that garbage out. It was freezing out there. Around about 5:30 in the morning, I hear a truck pull up. I said, that must be daddy. I forgot about the garbage. He cut the whole light on. It's freezing out there. He said, son, get up and get out there and take that garbage out to the road. I said, Dad, it's freezing. He said, I don't care. I wouldn't kept your ass freeze over. Carry your ass out there and take the garbage out there. And,
Thank
and, and I did. And I look over there, that's a damn cat looking at me up there saying you should have took that damn garbage out. See, this is what I'm talking about. Our parents need to take their rights back as parents. Don't
Yep.
your child got no business control? Well, I don't want to start there with it. Well, you don't know. Hell no.
Right.
What you compromising for?
Thank you.
Man, I don't told you. If you think a child won't kill you, mess around and let them do what they want to do. And then you all of a sudden now you want to tell you ain't the cool mom or the cool dad no more. Now you're their enemy. You ain't gonna be able to go to sleep. You're gonna have to sleep with your lock on your door. And why do you have to live like that? You should have to live like that. When I was a child, everything was pure. We had old men sitting on the porch playing checkers early in the morning. And when 3 o'clock came, I came back down here. Guess what them old men was? Playing checkers. They didn't have to run in the house because bullets was flying. They didn't have to run in the house because somebody carrying out around there and want to disrespect them old men. If they want to play checkers to the last day, that's their life. But you got to show respect. But now you can't even be out on your porch as an elderly person and read your paper because you don't know where the gunshot's coming from.
Now it's a lady, Jacqueline Davis, who's talking about the woman whose son was released from prison, and I believe he wasn't home 15 days or something like that, and killed her and his little brother. And she had done everything, laid out the red carpet for her son because she was happy he was coming home. I remember that story. But I would say this, Uncle Charles, I'm laughing at a lot of these comments because everybody's saying Shank done went to sleep and when it took a nap on us because it's me who talking now.
Yep.
But we speaking the truth. That's what matters most.
Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
like I said, y'all, that this show is very informative. You need to, if you miss one show, then go back on your replay and where it catch you up. I want everybody to understand. I'm not trying to tell you how to raise your child. Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna be able to do that.
Yeah.
Raise your child the way you see fit. But let me mind you this: there have been homes where the parents have compromised, and that child had turned right around and either killed a parent or had it to where they so upset and so sick from dealing with the stress they end up dying in the hospital.
Yeah.
You
High
got
blood pressure.
firm, firm. You got to stand firm as a parent. When I say
Even
no,
their adult ages.
that's it. No means no.
Yeah.
Now and these children want stuff so quick. They don't want to work for it.
Hmm.
They run around here. Half of them ain't got no clothes. And then I'm watching a lot of young people are homeless, sleeping in abandoned houses. They don't know what's in them damn houses. It could be damn rats in them houses. They don't care. I guess you think you're gonna go in the house with that rat. You think you're gonna go in there with all them rats in there and you don't get them something. Carry your ass on up and see what happens. You be
Hmm.
begging for mercy. I'm telling you that right now. People need to wake up
Yeah.
out here. Need to
That's
wake up. That's all I'm
why people getting addicted to meth too. And that's what's turning our communities out with the young people. They
Yeah.
getting so addicted to that drug till they stand on the corners and look like straight up old dope fiends and lifeless in the eyes. You can't see a sign of I'm tired of this in none of their faces. They
No.
want to keep going. They get bold now. I live in Minnesota. They get on the trains here and sit in the back and don't care who see it and
Nope.
smoke the dope on that aluminum foil.
Mm-hmm. Smoke
The
out.
girls, in the back getting high, they so out of their minds, they changing their whole wardrobe, their clothes, and the back of the train. You can see their panties, bras, because they don't give a damn. They ain't in their right mind at that. And so it's a lot of them homeless here that when I see them, I cry and I say a prayer.
Yeah. You have to. You have to because mental illness is really a thing now where uh, it can affect each family. Uh,
Mm,
in every family, black family in America, somebody is dealing with mental illness or a drug habit. It is what it is. And for if anybody said, "Well, ain't nobody in my family on drugs," you don't know that. You see this? This is why they on drugs. Cause you said stuff like that. This is why they on drugs. Because your dumb ass said stuff like that. This is what I'm talking about. Okay?
mm,
And mom, I'm going down my friend's house. Well, wait a minute. Let me talk to his mama first. See, the parents that wasn't your parent will might as well been your parent because they could discipline you and you didn't have to be at home. That's the way it was. Miss
right.
Price see us doing something, she straightened us up. That's Miss Price, right? She full to straighten us up. It take a
Right.
village to raise a child.
Yeah. And Miss Jacqueline Davis was saying that he wasn't a nice person. He had been refused release several times for his bad behavior, and they let his butt out anyway. And the boy went home and killed his mama and little brother.
See, man,
Yeah.
I tell y'all, now that I'm saying what I had to say, I'm gonna get off here, and I want everybody to be safe. Always check on your loved ones. Always pay attention to what your children are saying. Sit down and talk with your kids. If they got a problem, let's sit down and talk about it. Because if you don't, that you're not talking to them, then somebody else in the street will. And that's
Yes.
all I got to say. I got to get out of here.
Amen and good night.
Good night. Good night.
Appreciate you, Uncle Charles, as always.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It wasn't no need for me to interrupt. I think that Sheila and Uncle Charles, I think, you know, what they were talking about, I think it was much needed. So I want
Thank
to
you.
thank I want to thank Sheila and Uncle Charles for holding it down. I was here. I was here. I ain't going nowhere, y'all. But let's get back to some more of Jarvis's sister.
Okay.
That is a poorly worded question. I am sorry. If that was your niece, would you have recognized her that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not recognize this little girl as your niece, did you?
No.
Okay. What is it that you did after speaking with King that day?
I called Shannon Harris and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay. And did you eventually talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay.
And let me slide in. And this is why most of y'all give Jarvis's sister credit. Because most of y'all feel like, well, Shank, she did call to get the number to the detective and give the detective the information on what she saw. So most of y'all did mention that to me. You could come in if you want to, Sheila.
Well, I didn't realize that in the beginning that she had got the number to the detective. I thought that after she saw what happened to the little girl that she stepped up.
No, no.
I mean, I see it now, but this was what I, didn't realize way, before now. And so I felt like at the time, because, of what she saw at that time, that it wasn't, um, I ain't gonna say like it wasn't me, but because I wouldn't have felt that way. However, I'm just saying, I just see the emotions behind her that's, looking to me like, damn, I wish I had said something before now,
Right.
you
And
know.
it's I will say that, as you said, it's a it's always a woulda coulda situation. I will take that. We've all been in that situation.
Hmm.
So in her situation, it was a woulda coulda. Appreciate you for pulling back up with us, Negative Nancy. We missed you, but she knows, and she knows she should have shut it down.
Yeah,
And that's why she's so emotional. That's why she's hurt.
yeah,
I've been in situations where I know, damn, I should have shut that ish down. We've all been in that kind of situation. So that's the only thing that I'm saying about the sister. She
hmm,
should have shut it down. She could have shut it down. And I know she feels like, and she wished that she should have shut that ish down. Like, hold up. what is she doing in and out of your? First of all, what is she doing in your truck? Period. What is she doing around you? Period. I know you. I know you.
Mm-hmm. She got that look on her face like you done fucked up again
Yeah.
when she look at him. And you can see how she throw that little stare at him like you done fucked up again. And now,
And
and I got to tell the truth because that's what I saw.
and once again, I'm sure she didn't know that she was going to get unalive. I'll give her that. And so
Mm,
she probably just felt like, here he go with another little girl. You
yeah.
know what? You know what? Look, hey, you know what? That's going to be on you. And it can happen. It can
Mm-hmm.
happen. It can
Cause
happen.
that if the other stupid mamas let him continue to come to their houses, who's to say that her mama ain't as stupid as the others? So of course I see this little girl. However, I'm not seeing the bigger picture at the moment. You
Right.
know, which is
Cause
what I should have done when I first saw her. Because, like I said, I snatched her butt up out that gas station
and,
and took her home.
and see, she's the big sister. And you can tell she don't play. Like, both of my sisters older than me, and physically I could beat both of my sisters. But if my sisters check me, I ain't saying my and they will. And I'll be like, all right. Even though I can physically whip them, but that's just big sister,
Hmm.
and that's just the respect. That's what I'm saying. A big sister gonna always have that respect when it comes to their little brothers. I,
Hmm.
I'm just keeping it 100. My older sisters, they got that respect coming from me because they my big sisters. They're like my second moms. So, you know, and you can look and tell. Just look at
Hmm.
her. just
She probably don't let her daughters go around him.
right, right. She looked like she had slapped the shit out you.
Hmm. So I totally was on the same page. It's just that I know how life goes. And today, a lot of people choose to look the other way because they don't want to get shit started, which is a bunch of bullshit. Because if we all felt like I wouldn't care if it got shit started, I'm going to get that shit started. And I'm going to ask questions. And I'm going to snatch this little girl and I'm going to take this baby home because I
Yeah,
know something ain't right. That's
cause
what I wish she would have done. That's probably something she wished she would have
yeah,
done.
and I know y'all tired of hearing me saying it, but y'all nosy. Women are nosy.
We are.
Yeah.
I know I am because I'm gonna get to the bottom of whatever it is, and if it pisses you off, then don't either do it in front of me, or don't let me know, or don't ask my opinion of it. Them three ways you can escape me constantly going deeper and deeper. I pray that for Naziah's soul that she was taught about God and that I know, it's hard to know whether or not she's resting in peace because of this situation that's going on. I think it would be hard for a soul to be at rest. And I do believe when it's said and done and it's over and facts are proven that being that baby soul can rest at peace. What I do know about souls is if they feel like there's a lot going on that they could not take care of or cover, or even if the family is still grieving as hard as some do, like with my mama, I know her soul couldn't rest until I end up, letting her be at peace and not sit around and be mad at God and asking him why, and saying things that, sometimes when you get mad you don't realize what you said and whatnot. And then when I stopped being mad at God, ooh, I started having those good dreams. And me and my mom were communicating through those dreams. So I do want to say is that, at some point when this is over, I think that people should come together in her honor and let her go on and be at rest, at peace.
Let me go
Yeah.
back to her.
Uh, sorry about that. What day was it that you went to the shop and saw the little girl?
Can I ask you a question? Um, I didn't remember the exact day at that time.
Okay. What is it that makes you um, believe that it was Naziah Harris that you saw on that day?
I'm not quite sure how to answer what you're asking me. Um,
That may be a poorly worded question. I'm sorry. Can I just have 1 second, George?
Yes.
There she go. There that look go.
Hmm.
Did you come to learn of the day that you had gone to Jarvis's shop by going through the locations on your phone?
yes,
Okay. And that's the day that you don't remember off the top of your head right now, but it is revealed in your phone locations?
yes.
Let's see here. 1 second. Let me get her find it.
LG says it looks like she been crying. Her eyes looks a little tired.
I'm sure she had been crying for some time.
Jacqueline says, I agree. Her soul can be at rest once justice is done. The sister said she had seen her nieces at the shop. I'm pretty sure she saw baby girl, the two during her visits to the shop. Make it make sense. Because Naziah definitely was up at the shop on a regular.
Hmm.
And I'm not gonna make mockery of her tears. I'm not even gonna speak on it, you
When
know.
is it that you went through your phone locations to determine the date? I'm sorry, do you need a moment?
Um,
It's hard to go on and talk when you got a heavy chest, man.
February, I think the 24th or the 26th. I can't remember the exact date.
Okay. That's when you would have went through your phone to find those?
Yes,
Okay. And did you also go through that in your interview with Sergeant Jones?
yes.
Okay. And did you give Sergeant Jones permission to look at your location data?
Yes.
Okay. And your phone kind of extraction in general? Like to go through your phone for the data?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete.
So you go to the shop where your brother works periodically, right?
From time to time, yes.
You've been there prior to the day we've been talking about today?
Yes.
A couple times at least?
Yes.
And you'd been back there after?
Yes.
But the day we've been talking about, that's the only time you ever saw a child there?
That was the only time I saw a child I didn't recognize.
Okay, so you had seen other children there before?
Yes.
Okay. When you say that you recognize, these are who exactly?
My nieces.
And when you first arrived at the shop that day, Jarvis told you that he wasn't going to be able to work on your car?
No.
No? Did you ask him if he'd be able to?
Judge, I think this calls for hearsay. They can't admit statements of the defendant.
I'm looking more so for her own statement, actually.
For her what?
Let's start with her own statement.
Okay.
Did you ask him right away if he would be able to work on your car?
I talked to him prior to coming to the shop.
Before you arrived, you asked if he could work on your car that day?
I asked him to look at my car that day.
Okay. Did you arrive at the shop with the understanding that he would or would not be able to?
I arrived at the shop knowing that he was going to look at my car.
Okay. One moment.
Now she getting watch the temperature. Check her temperature, y'all. See, look. But why did it change
Was
up?
that via text or call or some other way?
Probably video call.
Okay, so a video call a little bit before you headed over.
Earlier in the day, maybe.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what time.
Okay, so that's how you decided that you'd go over later.
He told me I could come.
See, her whole energy shift, like Nene says, I noticed that the sister got sarcastic with the defense attorney too, you know?
Judge, this is kind of all calling for hearsay in a backdoor way.
The response is hearsay. Not
Yes.
that you necessarily asked for it, but it's hearsay.
Sure, we can
Really
keep it as her own. So to be clear, we don't need to talk about what he said to you, but you did a video call to him. And in that call, you asked if he could work on your car.
You
Right.
keep saying work on my car.
Look, goddammit, look at and work on is the same thing. Come on, stop playing with us now. Come on. If he gonna look at it, obviously you need him to look at it to work on it. I mean, is it just me? Come on. Watch the sister. Look at her now. Check the temperature. So you want us to get away from him working on the car? Oh, I just wanted him to look at it, to eventually work on it, because obviously something is wrong with your car. So you need him to look at it to fix it. Same way when she asks Jarvis, who's the little girl? See,
I
the
think
sister.
with attorneys and when it comes to all of that, wording the way you word things with them, you have to give a definite definition of what either or is, because if she is a good attorney, she could go and say, okay, she said he looked at her car? How did he look at her car? Did he just look at it and notice it was a certain color? Or did he work on it and he, obviously was looking at it while working on it? They got to get so precise because every little word can be broke down to a different meaning when you dealing with cases as deep as this one. In any case, you know, they got to have a precise understanding, in other
All right.
words.
All right. Let me slide in. Trisha says there's a difference, Shank. Drop a five. Drop a five if you think looking at it is going to ultimately come down to him working on it. I'll leave that up to you all. Yep. Depending on
And
what he says, she on the defense because defense attorneys be playing. Words matter. She should have said she went there for him to check her card. They be playing word acrobatics. All right, let's come back to her.
You asked him personally in the video.
Yes.
Okay. And that was maybe that morning.
I don't remember what time of day it was, but it was before I went to him.
Okay. Thank you.
See, here comes that big sister attitude. Look, you're pissing me off. I'll say it
I,
again.
cause
Go
yeah,
ahead,
cause
Sheila.
it sounds stupid to us. I'd have got mad too. It sounds stupid. Why you keep asking me the same dumb questions and I'm telling you the same thing over and over? What part of that you don't understand?
Because you go, see, this is the defense is saying to her, okay, you went there. Why did you go there? Now, she's saying, I went there to get him to look at the car. Okay, you went there for him to work on the car. I know y'all saying it's a difference. Looking at it is, okay, just looking at it. Maybe looking to see what's wrong with it. Working on it is different because working on it is going to fix it. All right? So we all are on the same page. We're on the same page. But I just want everybody to focus on her energy. See, at first, she was laid back. She was relaxed. She was chill. Now, the whole big sister mentality is starting to come out. You pissing me off. I'm about to slap the shit out of you. I'm about to cuss you out because you pissing me off. Pay attention. And the defense is going to catch her. Watch this.
Okay. And as you were saying,
Look
this
at the
day,
look.
I think you said
Look
you saw
at
some
her.
other children there.
Ah, look at woo hoo hoo. Look at the look now. Look at the look. See?
Yeah,
Cause
that like bitch, I just said that.
right, cause the sister is spotting some BS coming from the defense. And this
Exactly.
is what I'm saying. I know the sister when she asked Jarvis, who's this girl? And Jarvis said, oh, that's King's niece. I can imagine how she looked at Jarvis.
Exactly.
And that's the plane that I'm landing. That's the point that I'm making. When a woman, when a woman, when they spot some BS, they get ready to go into attack mode. They going into attack mode. Peep the facial expressions. Come on, Sheila.
I do. When I feel like it's some bullshit, I got a look that I give you, and I be quiet enough so I can hear my thoughts before I say something that I can't take back. And I wish a million times that she did that, said something. You know, like, how in the hell is King's niece, or why in the hell is King's niece sitting in your car? Did she even ask King any questions?
No, nothing until later when she came back after everything unraveled. But she asked about using the bathroom, and I think it was King that told her to go next door or go to the gas station and use the bathroom. But why she didn't ask King right then and there, why your niece in and out of my brother's truck? But she asked him about using the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Let's go back to more. Look at it. Just look at it. Woo hoo. Woo hoo.
So
Woo.
this particular
No.
child,
It,
you only ever saw this child on this particular day.
Yes.
And the whole time you were there, from your testimony and from that police interview, you said that you never saw her face.
Yes.
And then you did also see some news stories about this case.
Yes.
Yeah, in the podcast that you talked about. Right, there was some podcasts.
I had already saw her on the news, but I did not know who she was.
Sure. But that
Okay.
was
Now, stop right there. Now, this is crucial. She saw NAZIYAH on the news, right? But she didn't know who she was because according to her now, she never saw NAZIYAH's face. But she saw what NAZIYAH was wearing, right? Now, you mean to tell me, as nosy as she is, in her intuition and all of this that come to play, it didn't dawn on you right then when you watched her on the news, damn, that's the girl that was in and out of my brother's truck. Come on, y'all. A diagnosis takes less time than a repair. Jarvis might be looking for help with the alibi or trying to catch the sister up on her timeline.
remember when she said, though, Shank, that she had to wait because she wasn't a paying customer?
Bingo.
She had to wait for him to, you know, get her in there.
Bingo. I'll say it again to everybody on the replay gang, because I know y'all coming for me on that replay gang. The sister could have shut it down. That's all I'm saying. Now, if you going to take what you want to take out of it, that's on you. How could you not see her face, but she was in front of her going in the store? I wouldn't have looked at her being curious. Come on. Oh, she turned left. That means if she turned left, you seen some of her face. Oh, when she turned left, I turned right. Yeah, all right. All right. If she doesn't pay Jarvis, she might have to wait long though. I do with mine because I get super deals. Thank you. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm.
by seeing those stories, that's how you started to think.
Well, I was sent the podcast after some other things that was told to me.
What was those things that was told to her? See, she holding on to a lot now. She holding on to a lot. She knows more than what she's telling. She knows more than what she's telling. Her words. Of course, this was after. She's saying they told her, they sent her the podcast link, and it was some other things that was told to her. Like what? Like what?
Mm-hmm.
I think Butts caught that and said he had time for her car on this weird, cloudy, rainy day. As a woman, she should have shut it down with more questions. She should have questioned NAZIYAH. I mean, come on, little girl, what you doing? Who are you? You know? Wasn't it early too? She knows, but in court, it's hearsay. Little girl, what you doing in and out of my brother's truck?
That's when I received the podcast.
So initially, between the day you were at the shop, right, and then until you started to see that news, at first you didn't make this connection that maybe she was anyone in particular?
Not at all.
Okay.
There she go, y'all.
And then through seeing that news, those podcasts, that's when you started to think she
No,
was.
that's not the reason why I thought that.
There she go.
No, but that's the timing, or it's not?
I guess you could say that.
There she go.
That's when you started to, at least when you saw those things, that's when you started to wonder.
I was wondering before I saw the podcast.
Okay. In your police interview that you did, did you tell them that at first when you saw the news, you didn't really make a connection because of not having seen her face?
Yes.
Okay. So that interview was on February 26th, 2024, right?
Yes.
And you were having some trouble remembering some of the specific details from January 9th at that point?
Not so much as remembering maybe the order I remembered it in.
Okay. Were there some times, at least though, when you were asked some questions and some details that you had to say, I can't remember some things?
I can't remember now.
Okay. And would you agree that at least
Like,
when
it didn't mean that.
Okay. I was just saying.
Probably did. I guess it would be safe to say because I didn't know.
Okay, so you think it's safe to say that at that point in time, there are at least some details you were having a hard time, some questions you couldn't answer.
I can't disagree.
And it was pretty close in time, shortly before that police interview, that was when you first started to think that maybe this girl you'd seen at the shop had been NAZIYAH Harris.
Can you repeat that?
So the first time you started to think that maybe that child, the one you saw, maybe that was NAZIYAH Harris, that was pretty close in time to the police interview.
Maybe about a week or so before.
Okay. I believe, does it sound right to you that I think you told the police that it was on the Thursday prior to the interview?
Whatever the Thursday was after Valentine's Day.
Okay. So probably February 22nd. That was the Thursday prior to your interview.
Okay.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
And then when you were at the shop, you primarily saw this child while she was inside a truck, right?
I didn't know it was a child in the truck until she kept getting out.
Come on.
When you saw her, she was in a truck?
I saw her getting out the truck, yes.
And were you inside your vehicle?
Yes.
You arrived in the daylight, right?
Yes.
And that's, I think, what you're referring to, right? Initially, that's when you didn't yet know somebody was in the truck.
Can you say that again?
So at the beginning, when you first got there, right, you didn't know right away that somebody was in the truck.
No, I didn't.
I think you had said before, because it was so light outside, it was a bit difficult to see into the truck.
I wasn't really paying attention to his truck. He was outside of it.
Sure. And then in your police interview, you referred to then seeing a light in the truck, and that's when you started to see somebody?
Yeah, that's when the door opened.
Okay, so there's a light turned on, and at the same time a door opened?
That's the reason the light was on.
Okay, because the truck door was open.
She mad.
Yes.
Look.
Sure.
He sick.
Think like you pick one.
Come on in, Sheila. Come in, Sheila.
Ain't but that look like damn bitch, you pick one. Whichever way you pick it is still gonna say or so she gave her that look like are you stupid or slow? Cause I would have got frustrated because these questions that she's asking her have to be asked that way, but anybody that like you say, Shay, can be with the shits gonna feel like what the hell are you trying to do? You
Right.
know, I done said it as best as I could say it. Now you only telling me what I said. You just worded different.
And that's, I wanted to establish the sister's character. She's with it. She's with the shits, and we know, So that's what I'm saying. Like, when she was up at that shop and she seen what was going on up at that shop. Now, if she was a mild, you know, tone kind of woman, relaxed, chilled, and all that, then you could say, well, she probably, you know what I mean, didn't want to press the issue with Jarvis and all of that. She
Mm-hmm.
can't say what someone else told her on the stand.
Right, because they call it hearsay.
Right.
And you said that you saw a couple different times her go back and forth to the gas station,
Yes.
and only one of those different times you were on your way to the gas station as well.
Yes.
But for that whole time, she remained in front of you?
When I was going into the gas station, she was in front of me. When I walked into the gas station, she went to the left, I went straight, and over to the right.
For that walk over to the gas station, was it getting dark at that point?
It was already dark.
Okay. And while she was in the truck, you were not sure exactly which part of the truck this was?
I can't remember, no.
Okay. So you understood initially that when you arrived, you'd probably have to wait at the shop sometime?
Yes.
I think you referred to just one other car he worked on first. Is that all there was before you?
It was actually another vehicle out there, but I don't pay my brother to work on my car, so I had to wait until he was done making his money. So
Sure.
I waited.
Sure. So do you know how many cars he worked on before he got to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know if there were any other customers present in person?
I did see someone, I can't remember what kind of car it was in, but it was, I believe, a gentleman that needed to pull into the garage because Jarvis asked me to move my car out the way because I was blocking the garage. So, yes.
Was this someone you recognized at all?
No.
So in total, other than Jarvis, or who you referred to as King, was there anyone present that you recognized that day?
No. Just King and my brother.
So as you said, the sun set while you were there. Do you know about how long it was light out before it got dark?
Well, I got there about 4 o'clock. It didn't take long for it to get dark. I don't remember the exact time, but it got dark pretty fast.
Okay, and then other than when you went to the gas station, were you always at the shop?
What do you mean?
So did you go anywhere else?
No, I never left. All I did was move my car when he asked me to move my car. And once the driveway was clear, I backed back where I was. I didn't go anywhere else.
Okay. And when you were present, not going to the gas station, were you always inside your vehicle?
Yes.
Were your doors open or closed?
Closed.
Okay, and were your windows up or down?
They were up unless I asked him something.
Okay, so sometimes if you needed to communicate, you just open the window?
Or I would call him, yeah. Yes.
And you were saying today that at one point you did speak to Jarvis about who this girl was.
Yes.
And when you were talking to the police about this, you had said that you weren't sure exactly what his response was.
What I said was I wasn't sure of the wording.
Sure, that's what I mean.
Okay.
You told the police, right, that it might have been King's niece, or maybe he said it's my homeboy's niece.
He said it was his partner or King's niece, but he definitely said it was someone else's niece.
Okay, I think, does it sound right to you that you used the term homeboy's niece with the police?
I probably did.
Okay.
It's all the same to me.
And then that's what you continue to think at first, right? At first, you just believed that it was someone else's niece.
Yeah,
Specifically, you thought it was probably King's niece.
that's what I was told.
Which I think, as we established, right, King is the same person as Cordell, right?
Yes.
And then after that, you would listen to some of these podcasts and to the news.
I listened to his kid's mother, and then I watched the podcast.
Okay, so those are some things that happened.
Slide in, Sheila. I want to hear your take on this.
Oh, Shank, I think I fell asleep. I'm sorry.
Well, go it back to sleep then. Go it back to sleep.
Don't call me out on that. I'm trying to hang
Yes.
in here.
And then once you started to have this different information you were gathering, then you kind of started to look into it for yourself.
Yes.
Do some of your own investigation.
Yes.
And then at one point following that, that's when you decided to go back to the shop.
Yes.
To speak to Cordell.
Yes.
And to discuss some of these things you've been learning with him.
Yes.
You and Jarvis are not particularly close.
I wouldn't say that we're really distant. I don't see him every day. I don't talk to him every day, but he's my brother.
Okay. He's your brother, but you don't have a very close relationship, or?
He's my brother.
Okay.
She was thinking there,
What about
Shank.
his children? Are you close?
Right. She's cautious now. Now go ahead.
She was thinking, let me say this so that I don't have to cuss this lady out.
Now,
And she took a breath.
here's my thing about the sister. Y'all had to be, and I know what some people gonna say. Some not even gonna say that. But think about it. How did she get Jarvis to work on her car for free? Some of y'all gonna say, but Shane, that's his sister. Some of y'all was saying, Shane, he wasn't close to his sister. Not y'all. I don't see none of y'all in the chat that used to say that to me. So not y'all that's in the chat now. So y'all good. But there were those before that would say to me, Shane, that's his sister. Shane, they wasn't close. Well, how was it that she was able to get him to look at her car for free?
I kind of think they had a love-hate relationship. And I think that how she was able to do that was because she knew so much of his dirty,
Bingo.
secrets. What he
Bingo.
thought was his dirty little secrets. So it was either he can go ahead and, work his sister in because she got so much over him that, you ain't finna charge me with everything I know about you.
Salute, Mouth Deuce. Appreciate you for pulling up. Salute, D Money.
With his children?
Some of the ones that I know.
So he has 13 kids, right?
I have no idea.
Do you have an idea of around how many kids he has?
A lot.
Okay. Do some of them live with different mothers?
Yes.
And you don't spend time with all of them?
No.
So which ones do you know?
I don't want to say their names. They're minors.
Okay.
And I don't want to disclose their identity.
Could you just give like a number instead? How many do you know?
I'm counting.
This woman,
But she
this
says
woman,
she don't count.
she said, I'm counting.
Oh,
About 8.
So when you say 8 that you know, does that mean 8 that you have like personal contact with?
I have.
And so Jarvis has 13 kids, right?
hmm
Now she said 8. I guess the 5 that she left out was Shannon kids. I guess. I'll leave that up to you all.
Okay. When is the last time that you've seen any of them?
Maybe about 2 months ago.
Were you and Jarvis raised by your grandmother?
For the most part.
And were there some events surrounding her death that related to your relationship with Jarvis that impacted some things?
No.
Look at her face.
I
Look
have no
at
further questions. Thank you.
woo, woo. Look at it, y'all. Look at it. I gotta run this back. Are you watching her, Sheila?
I done lost you.
Let me run her back, y'all. Pete, let me run this back, man. Let me run this back. Oh, Lord have mercy.
For the most part.
And were there some events surrounding her death that related to your relationship with Jarvis that impacted some things?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Judge. Ms. Butts, you said that there was another reason. There was a different reason that you thought that it was NAZIYAH that you had saw that day. When you were starting to compile, or when you talked to Shannon Harris, and then you got the podcast. Before that, you said there was other reasons why you had thought that was NAZIYAH.
So, am I?
Yes.
Can I speak for?
What is
Okay,
that? Yes.
so, at the time, I didn't know. Once I realized that it was a possibility that I saw her, there were several reasons that led me to believe that it was a possibility I was there. And I didn't want to get into detail as far as what I knew before the podcast. But if you would like, I would explain to you why I thought these things.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Can we approach?
Yes. We'll be right back. Go in the hallway.
Let me grab some comments from the chat, y'all.
Shank, that's what caught my heart was the fact that she showed more emotions than any of Naziah's family members did. I mean, because I know she felt shitty about herself for not doing what we feel like, she should have done. And when I look at that, I think, why have no one, you know, pointed that out, like the judge or any of the lawyers in this case pointed out the fact that this woman is the very first person to show any kind of remorse or any feelings towards this case and with dealing with this child and knowing what she know now. That's the part that just really gets to me. The fake crying Annette did at the conference, the press conference, and the aunties to this day, I don't even know if they really give a damn either way. They just trying to get their asses out of trouble. So I have yet to see an emotion from that side of that baby's family.
And that's true.
That's what make me feel like it's way more deep, and it is deep when it comes to a child and being too with the way that child was groomed and the way she grew up in the household. I know it's deeper than this. I know that they haven't been talking about her brother, and from my understanding watching Miss Parker, it's deep with him too. She couldn't give us the dirt. But with these people, the only two that's standing out, well, three, is Jarvis and the twins. Not even Annette has been brought back up, at least for as far as I've seen. And it may be other content creators who have, brought forth some stuff, but my funky ass stay stuck on y'all funky asses, you and Miss Parker. So I don't get to see all other funky ass creators, content creators. So yeah, I just think that is way more to be seen. I wish that I could be in court. I'm trying to hang in here with you, Shank. My grandkids gonna be over here, and I'm gonna be done slept for all of 2 minutes. It's gonna be daybreak and 11 o'clock when I wake up.
Any last words before you get out of here?
I'm trying to hang. You ready to hang out? Hang up.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. Everybody. Any last words before we get out of here?
Yeah, I had a ball, and thank you for understanding my point of views. I definitely agree with you on a whole lot of your point of views. So I had a good time here tonight.
And I appreciate you. I did agree with a lot of your points. I think, it was just when it came to me feeling like she could have shut it down. Outside of that, we was definitely in the agreement. Um, I appreciate you for pulling up, and you and Uncle Charles, because you and Uncle Charles definitely dropped some jewels. You know what I
Thank
mean?
you for listening. Yes, and thank you for that opportunity.
All right. So I'll see you on the next demonstration. I might do it all nighter tomorrow. Who knows?
Whatever you and Miss Parker and two got going on, I'm hanging in there with y'all. So
All right.
I'm
Once
gonna
again,
say
shout out to Miss Parker and Chu.
yes. And
All right. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody for pulling up and holding it down. I will see everybody back tomorrow. Y'all know how we do. I will leave the chat running and y'all can hang around. Salute everybody, and I'll see everybody back in a few more hours. Salute.